Hello there. Is we live proper? I think we are, but I need to see the chat. I know we're not going to get through it in one part. Don't worry. It's going to make the surf side that much more painful. It's gonna be sore. Now this pod racing. Oh god, guys. Don't know how this is going to feel. Let me get the YouTube window set up while we wait for the will to live. Or for you guys to point out something else that isn't working. YouTube window. Come. Nope. There we go. Doodle doodle dee. I noticed that my mic is still not doing very well because of the RNN noise cancellation that I use. So it cancels out the noise very nicely, but it also cancels out high-pitched noises, and I make lots of those. But that's a problem for another day. Okay, I've taken the preview out so that I don't have to see that. And then I can make this a bit bigger for you. And you can go smaller. Come on, don't be stupid, Stream Elements. Don't be such bullshit. And you, chat, can go here. I wanted to make it so that I had 3 displays, but the thing that I bought splits the displays instead of extending them. So, yeah. Okay, just keeping an eye on that.
And then turning the whole thing around to suddenly say that you're going to rebrand yourself as this wonderful new centrist and everything's wonderful and that you write children's books now and it's all ooh-woo and everything's good now and nothing bad ever happened. I think if you wanted to achieve a sort of justice when you came all of this stuff, then what you had to do was simply acknowledge any of the bad things you've done in the past, but you haven't. So I don't think the idea of you now doing this rebranding tour is anything more than you just seeing the writing on the wall. That's ultimately what this all is. You knew what was happening to your peers, and you were smart enough and astute enough to walk away from it.
You're such a bitch, Lance.
Okay.
Bring it up.
Well,
let's go. Let's go.
That's nice.
One.
Okay. I don't want this to get smaller. That's what she said. See, if I do that, it does get smaller, and I don't enjoy that. I need 3 monitors. How does V work with 2? I mean, with 1 even. I think it's also because I've got a tiny little laptop screen. So you guys are convinced that this is cancer, basically. And I believe you. I believe you. I just want my video thing to work a lot better than it does. Can it just not fuck out? Yes. There we go. I won't be able to see a lot of chat at the same time, but at least...
Well, I'm happy to have you all here today. I'm going to give us all a moment to set up. Since I know a few of us are a little boomery when it comes to technology, so
says me.
A moment or two.
I mean,
No,
says
Not
them.
pointing
I'm
to anyone
technology.
specific.
not pointing to
course.
anyone in specific.
Oh, I'll absolutely.
Just wait.
point them
Okay, I'll call them out. They're Canadian. That helps you
Uh-huh.
down. Yeah.
Look,
That's only
my
like, three
the
people.
video itself, I'm pissed
All right.
off right now.
Perfect. Good to go, guys.
Wonderful. Okay. I would like to welcome everybody to this event. I was brought in about 2 days ago, but I'm
Can everyone hear
happy to
nicely?
host it. It is going
Yeah,
to be on a
desktop
host of
audio is on.
issues, many of them Canadian centric. So
Oh, there might be an
as
echo.
an American,
Oh no, that's
I'm going
desk
to
mic.
feel
That's
a
fine.
little left out of the subject matter. Our
Stage
bacon's
4
still
mega
better.
herpes. Oh my god.
I'm going to go over a few of the basic rules
hold up.
of my
I'm going to get a glass of wine. That's what we're going to do. I'm back. Okay, this has been a bit of a shit show. My cable management has gone down. Everything has gone crazy. Get a bottle. No echo for me. Yay, guys! We almost did a normal thing. Okay. You know what? I'm actually dreading this. Usually I look forward to things, but I'm dreading this. You guys have psyched me out. I'm not even, I don't know what I'm in for, and it's like, and there's fur all over my microphone. Thank you, Daisy. Thank you, dude. Okay. Let's go. What? Dylan is so on the surf side. I can't respect him after this and the crap he tried to pull on the other podcast. Okay, whoa. What happened? Oh, echo was on your end. No. I expected an echo because I expected shit to go down. I expected to have it wrong. Okay, if I take off the preview, will this behave? No, it won't. Wait, what if I do this? No. Sorry, I'm just trying to work shit out. You won't let me do this. You won't let me resize you. Yes, it's stream elements. Fucking asshole. I'm so pedantic right now. I don't like that it's not symmetrical on my little screen here. And it's upsetting me. It's not going to work, Chinsia. Just let it go. Let it go. We're okay. What will picture in picture? Picture in picture will make it even worse. Back to tab. Okay. What? He tried to frame someone as a rapist? I'm not supposed to say these words. Okay. Let's just relax. He's now putting rules out. Okay, we're doing rules. Is everyone happy with the YouTube volume?
My show's a little different than most is because I'm a more of aggressive moderator than most. If people are interrupting too much, I will go in to make sure that people.
Oh, like we've got a. This is the rabbits guy, right? He's the one that is Is this the rabbits one? He's the guy that is now going to be the moderator. Or is this the person you're talking about? Who? Dylan.
People can clarify their positions and points. So if there is ever a point where I think there's too much chaos going on, I'm not going to let it be blood sporty. I will jump in to assert myself. When I am talking, it is not to make a point. I'm not going to randomly come in to make fun of Lauren Southern for playing League of Legends. I will just come in.
The worst thing I've done.
It is the worst thing you've done.
Also, just so you guys know, I am now using Miro as a mind mapping thing because it helps me create little frames. So I'll just quickly, I know you guys are rearing to go and watch this bullshit. I think I haven't finished Wicked Supreme, Cincinnati versus Wicked Supreme, but this is what things are starting to look like. So what I do is left to right for chronology. Okay, it's taking forever to load. And you can create frames, right? So yes, you have the full thing, but you collect them together and then you can actually look at them really closely. And it goes frame to frame. You can see them really nicely. And so yeah, this is basically what I want to start looking like. You can see your guys' comments in the yellow speech bubbles. I use red and green for and against, basically. This here is just a map of a certain argument that is used by Wicked Supreme. It's like a meta, like a summary of a summary of an argument that is made. So I'll do some of those, but if we go back to this one, this is basically the summary of the entire everybody's position. And I will be doing something like that for this one if I can. Otherwise, I'll do it at the end. This obviously was a lot easier to do after going through the whole debate. I could pick up what everybody was talking about. Yeah, Sitch and Adam, CRT is harmful. That's basically what they're saying because, so this is like the 4 position. And this, then this is why, and like it's a little reason tree. Then this is how Wicked Supreme's argument relates to theirs. So yeah, I like having that, and the frame is literally called, when we go out of this view, the frame is called the summary frame. So that's kind of what's going to be happening in this one. And yeah, so there was the thing called reason space that I looked at, and while it is very good for mapping just the arguments, we're doing a lot more in depth. We're doing basically EFAP of these things. So we do still want the sort of commentary going in and the social examination going in. So I'll try. Wait until you have a Masgrave boy's voice. Oh no. Dylan is the one talking. So that is Dylan. Tails is the guy who looks like he's regretting his life choices. They all do. I'm just here for the kazoo. Oh, yeah, I haven't played the wooden one for you guys. Where is the wooden one? Where is it? And my guitar, I haven't played that either. Maybe I'll do that just now. Gosh, all these things I forgot. It's my anniversary, guys, and I'm spending it with you. My husband has allowed me to do that. And I'm say allow as in he's okay with me spending it with you and this. So I'm thinking. Also, yeah, I don't have my guitar playing thing, so you'll be able to hear my guitar. Oh yeah, I'm moving away from the mic and still talking as if you can hear me here. Sorry for that. I still want to play the wooden one. Just hold on. I've lost it. I'm sorry. Okay, so we've been married for 3 years, but we've been together for 13. So, yeah. Thanks. And we just never really actually were anniversary people. So I gave him an Easter egg. I know that's not a euphemism, and literally an chocolate Easter egg that his friend bought him from South Africa. And I said, happy anniversary this morning. Yeah. I still can't find the wooden kazoo, guys, and I'm very upset. Okay. There's a lot to do. There's a lot to get through. I think we are going to be doing a part 2 of this. So I should probably just right now name the stream part 1. Let's do that. I'm just quickly changing that. Part 1. Okay, save. Cool. Let's do this. I forgot my you were very close. You were very close, Patrick. But then you remembered. What did you guys do? You were doing stuff. You were anniversary people. We just met each other and kept seeing each other. Okay.
So I am going to purely be moderating. Now, my rules include, of course, nothing against terms of service. I would like to keep my job. Please do not delete my job from the internet. The second rule is we will not be attacking people's immutable characteristics. So you will not be going after people's...
yeah, keep them guessing, Andrew, and they'll be like, where's part 1?
Whether they're a race, religion, anything of that sort. So if Lance wanted to make fun...
Oh, man, I want Indian food, but we're having Italian for my anniversary. My husband has ordered food for us for our anniversary, and he's going to eat it in his room, and I'm going to eat it here. And you guys will be able to have an ASMR.
Fun of Connor for his belief in whatever weird religions in Warhammer 40K. He cannot do that. It is not allowed. Another rule of mine is that no slurs are allowed on my show because I find them unpleasant and not productive for conversation. Are you allowed to make small jabs if you want to? Yes, but I would encourage you not to. I don't think it's productive, and I think it makes you look silly. So that's just my tip.
Says you. Wow.
Other than that,
okay, because I'm just thinking about
2-minute intro and
what their side
segment.
does, even in the intro.
So if you prepared for a longer intro, you can use some of that prepared content for probably your outro. If you thought it was going to be 5 minutes, for example. Is there anything
this
I'm
is
missing
so formal
from normal rules?
for now.
Oh, one last thing. I have a chess timer. This is different from most debates where I will keep track of, I know it's of both sides, how much time they use. So if later in the discussion, people are trying to get in and I see that one time has gotten an inordinate amount of time in comparison to the other, I will make sure to give one side a few more speaking opportunities so we can balance it out more so each side is represented. Is there any questions about any of the rules that need to be clarified?
No.
Okay.
All good, Chief.
Wonderful. Did somebody just start streaming?
This is just like the semblance of control is created.
No problem.
I have corrected.
So before we do the intros, I just want everybody to introduce themselves. I don't want to whittle down your time for your prepared statements. So I'm going to give it to Connor to introduce themselves and shout themselves out first.
Yeah, hi guys. My name's Connor. I identify as centrist or center right. I'm a law enforcement veteran, a military veteran, and a science fiction, philosophy, and religion nerd. So if any of that interests you, you can just go into YouTube, type in counterpoints, common spelling. You can find my content there. That's pretty much it. So thank you for having me, Dylan. Thank you for hosting. I sincerely appreciate it.
Wonderful, no problem. I'm going to throw it over now to Lauren Southern.
Hi, my name is Lauren. I am a
Rules
documentary
and
filmmaker.
introductions.
My reputation probably precedes me in a lot of these circles, but if you only watch the Serfs or maybe Dylan, you may have some opinions about me that aren't quite accurate, and I look forward to
Okay, hold up.
potentially.
So she's immediately gone for the hey, I know what we're at here. Rules and intros. And I just want to put here, I don't know why it wouldn't let me like customize that one, this one over here that says commentary, but whatever. And I'm going to put just something semblance. This is my commentary, semblance of control and politeness created. And Lauren, so wait, is it counter or contra points? Counterpoints. Says some counterpoint intro is Tame versus Lauren, who goes, what does she do? She acknowledges she's in the lion's den, that she's in a circle of people who probably don't like her. Where? Okay. And there we go. Shooey. Cool. Counterpoints. Connor points. She got a rep. Yeah. I'm actually going to say, that does sound bad. I'm just going to say who acknowledges her rep. Hopes to mind about her. Okay. Yeah, I don't think it's a bad thing that she went straight for that. She didn't come in and actually there was no feigned ignorance or something like that, or feigned or performative acceptance that she did there. She wasn't acting like you know, oh no, everybody is my friend here. She went immediately in that way. So anyway, that's good.
Presenting those in this debate, and thank you for having me, Dylan. I appreciate it.
Yeah.
Wonderful. Now we're going to throw it over to Tale of Two Rabbits.
Actually, I'd prefer to let Lance go first.
Okay. Lance can go first.
Sure. Hey, I'm Lance of the Serfs. I'm political dumpster fire, comedy garbage on the internet, and you can find me everywhere social media is sold.
Wonderful. Now we can throw it over to Tale of Two Rabbits.
Hello, my name is Tale of Two Rabbits here on Twitch. It is Twin Rabbit on YouTube. I tend to do mostly streaming of Let's Plays of games that are Indigenous and Indigenous adjacent.
So these are all gamers, and the
that
other
have been
two
created
are
by
political
Indigenous authors and developers, or they contain a lot of Indigenous related themes. And on my Twitter,
so he's the one that's
on my
the
Twitter, I
Indigenous.
shitpost. On my YouTube, the videos are a lot about Indigenous history, archaeology, and a little bit about video game history too.
Sweet.
Okay, wonderful. Now we're going to go into prepared statements. Now let me clarify for the audience what we're going to be talking about today, so there's no confusion. The topics that were given to me was that the debate will be primarily about retributive and vigilante justice for historical wrongs, and there might be some secondary discussions, if time permits it, about the recent burning of Catholic churches in Canada, the recent discovery of the unmarked Indigenous graves in the same nation, and the actions of the Canadian government in the past, if it could fall under the historical definition of genocide. Do we all agree on the discussed topics? That there's
Well,
no
the
confusion?
discussed topics is, yeah.
Yep.
Wonderful.
Well, the main
Okay,
question
we will
is,
start with counterpoints with a prepared 2-minute statement. You will be
oh,
timed, and I will give you a warning once you
Yeah.
have about 20 seconds left.
Yeah, so in preparation for this debate, I think the primary thing that I landed on was the fact that burning churches is just unacceptable. I understand that there's a contentious history in Canada, but there's no real excuse for throwing a Molotov cocktail inside of a building. You can have descriptive reasons, much like riots. You understand why something is going on, but you probably can't morally justify it. So that's the number one contention that I would have. Number two, when it comes to Indigenous history, I think that the audience will probably be surprised, or hopefully they're not surprised, that there is a lot of concession for the sins of the past and all of that kind of stuff, and we can get into that. I'm interested to talk about definitions because obviously the word genocide is being brought into this conversation, so I want to talk about that
hold up,
as
I'm
an
gonna go
aspect
back.
of this.
What are you doing?
The sins of the past. That's the number one contention that I would have. Number two, when it comes to Indigenous history, I think that the audience will probably be surprised, or hopefully they're not surprised, that there is a lot of concession for the sins of the past. And
So he's saying there's a lot of concession for the sins of the past. Is he saying that he has a lot of concession for the sins of the past, or he finds it? I think it's the other way around. That he doesn't like that there's concessions for the past, because I think that's his position will be that it is genocide, is it not? We'll see. Counterpoint statement: burning churches wrong. Understand, not same as justify. Okay, so yeah, those are two different. These are the starting points. Understanding is not the same as justification. Indigenous, lots of concession for sins of the past upon Indigenous people. I think he's saying that the Canadian government has made monetary concessions and apologized on some issues. Oh, okay, is that what he's saying? What about priests burning down their own church? We'll get onto that. What about people burning down their own schools? Like we do in South Africa. I made upon passed upon. Okay, cool.
And all of that kind of stuff, and we can get into that. I'm interested to talk about definitions because obviously the word genocide is being brought into this conversation, so I want to talk about that as an aspect of this. And then ultimately, I think this conversation is indicative of where we are at as a continent as a whole. Europeans conquered this continent, colonized this continent, and did some nefarious stuff in order to do that. We have done the sins in the past. Now we have to reckon with those sins and move forward as a society. So I'm hoping that we can kind of, even if it's very uncomfortable, even if it's contentious, I'm hoping that maybe we can do that here a little bit. And I'll leave it there and we can go.
Wonderful. With 48 seconds to spare. Now we're going to throw it over to Lauren Southern.
Hey, okay, so I've written a little something, haven't written anything else for the debate, but today we have framed this debate as a discussion, obviously, around retributive and vigilante justice, and whether or not Canada is guilty of genocide. But what we are debating in reality here is acts of political terrorism, the committing of...
Okay, so she's gone, so the, is it retributive? And vigilante justice. So did she say four? Just hold on.
Retributive and vigilante. Hey, okay, so I've written a little something, haven't written anything else for the debate, but today we have framed this debate as a discussion, obviously, around retributive and vigilante justice, and whether or not Canada is guilty of genocide. But what we are debating in reality here is acts of political terrorism, the committing of hate crimes, the burning down of religious sites, including the recent burning down of refugee churches, and those who are hell-bent on making excuses for this behavior.
Okay, so actual topic is the actions. Take it. Sees things as terrorism. I think we can terrorism. I think I can even put this in over here, in their actual summaries. What they're trying to argue, basically. I can make them when they actually give us their examples and their evidence and things, I can add to this. But this is basically their starting comments. Sweet naive Connor. What even is mass? Oh god, guys, I want to get to that so bad. They need to make a rule for YouTube debates. All definitions should be agreed upon beforehand so they don't spend 2 hours over what a grave is. Oh my god, it's going to be like that? Okay. But yeah, well, most of the arguments are about fucking definitions anyway. So, okay.
All based on the recent discovery of mass graves of Indigenous children, which activists have portrayed as evidence of genocidal actions by the Canadian government, which were covered up. The only problem with this entire debate is, firstly, even if this happened and the Canadian government committed genocide, there would be no excuse to commit hate crimes today, especially against people who had no connection to said actions. And an equally important and shocking revelation should be is that no mass graves were found in the first place. This is an entirely false narrative. No one here today is going to deny historical injustices happened. No one is going to deny there were deliberately children taken from their homes.
I feel like that they're going to somehow land up saying that she's denying the history or trying to make it minimize it, which I don't know that happens, but this is my expectation because of just how these things go. Also, sorry, are you guys able to see very nicely? I can also do this, but the presentation mode might not be. Okay. Performative ignorance counter. Okay, cool. Let's hold up. Let's go there. I'll do it. Manual counters. Swear jar, pun, repeat. So instead of repeat, I will go oh, well, the word repeat is done there, but I'll create one. The repeat counter will be, what do we call it? The performative ignorance. Ignorance. I don't know what that's going to look like. Let's see. Enable preview. What does that look like? Let me see you. Let me see you. Oh, it goes off into the side. Just hold on. Move, bitch. Get out the way. And it's all white. Just hold up. I need to change all of their colors. Do thing. Select color. Well, those are fine, actually. All of them are fine except for this one. Repeat will have to be purple-ish. There we go. I think I'll have to say P ignorance and get like performative ignorance. Just hold on. Because we do want to say performative. You can't you just move. Manual counter repeater. You just move here. Just move. Why are you not moving? Okay. And I think that's it. Are we happy, Andrew? Just remind me to do it, to increase the count. I will put it on here and hopefully it will be quick and easy. What a bouncism count. Oh my god. PI, gaming counter. Looks like IGN. Listen, I've got rants and I've changed them. I've changed them for the debate. Puns are always welcome to be encountered. Okay. I mean, we could just put it in the actual mind map. Don't know why I need to put it on the actual stream. Yes, you know what's great about this as well? Sorry, this over here, this block does not take tags, but these little shadowy things take tags. So we can actually have a tag. We'll do it now. So I'm going to make Lauren yellow anyway. Okay. This is what I've been doing as well. So I'm just going to go Serfs, yeah. And yes, we will go, I'll give, who was it? Counter. He can be that color. And then we'll go on and on as everybody says their things. But we will have a performative ignorance tag. So that will be on these little blocks. So yay, go Miro. Shush. Okay.
To no longer have their culture and language, and that is horrific. I don't think that should happen to anybody. However, distorting the past, exaggerating atrocities, inventing the existence of mass graves to make it appear as though Canada committed and covered up some sort of Holocaust is a horrific mishandling of the truth, and it does nothing to help us uncover and heal from genuine wrongdoings which occurred. And in fact, it has caused more trauma today for Canadians and Indigenous communities who are now seeing their communities destroyed, their churches burnt to the ground, and relations ripped apart even further.
Yeah, there we go. So this is actually beautiful, because if you go to the CRT debate, one of the things we spoke about there was, what the fuck happens if you have your revenge? What happens? Oh, we just get more trauma. Who knew? We could just throw more violence at something and then that would just, make it okay. It would make everything, all the sins of the past would just be erased if we burnt enough buildings. So this goes back to that point of revenge cycle doesn't help anyone. More and more trauma, no solution. And I would expect that is the only argument that can be levied against that is, oh, you're ignoring the past thing. The utility of doing this, of burning shit, of burning it all down, there's no utility in it. Dylan interrupts a lot, changes the flow. Does Dylan get his own color? Yeah, they'll get, they each have their own statement, so they'll each get their own color. There you go. But they will each get a, I'm taking the Serfs out because is he part of the Serfs? I don't know. No, he isn't. There's indicative justice, vindictive justice. Ooh, like Nico. Okay, I'm gonna just add you to this one. Okay. View. Okay.
Okay. 7 seconds to spare. we're now going to throw it over to Lance from the Serfs.
Hey everybody, so I'm going to say right out of the gates that neither me or my partner support or condone the burning of any religious institutions. What we're here today to talk about is obviously restoring.
Okay, so Lance hasn't gone off the rails yet. Well done. It's a couple seconds in. But don't condone the burning, etc. Well done. Neither me nor my partner. Yay! Okay, what else then? So he's going to get the Lance tag. I'll give you a different color. Okay, counter, and then Dylan is the moderator. Yeah, but now Dylan should get, Dylan, if he's interacting, he's not a moderator. He's a moderator in name if he disrupts the flow of the thing, which is strange. He's supposed to be doing something else. Well, he's supposed to be doing the opposite. He's supposed to help things flow. Okay, Dylan will be great because he's supposed to be, but he will advise for it. Yeah, exactly. I'm really expecting, that's what I'm expecting. Going blind, as usual, just a reminder, I'm going into this blind. And there's the food, just hold on. Food's here. Food's here. Okay. Let's go.
And retributive justice in relation to the residential school system in Canada and the involvement of the Catholic Church therein. I'm going to try and say this as quickly and concisely as I can. The original founding father of this country, Sir John A. Macdonald, was a white nationalist, and I don't mean that in the sense that lefties like to call every single person they don't like a Nazi. He was a person who believed in the superiority of the Aryan race. He said it frequently. He, in Parliament...
Immediately, I'm like, okay. So, like, so you're saying founder of Canada equals white supremacists. For real, for real.
Parliament would say things that were considered to be outlandish and racist by the sign of the times. And he started both the Indian Act in Canada and the reservation school system in Canada. He also instigated the reserve system in Canada. Now, for anyone who's unaware, the Indian reservation school system, what it essentially did was took 150,000 children away from their parents' arms and forcibly put them in institutions where they were systematically beaten, tortured, raped. They had their culture.
Okay, so this is what you wanted to say, that Lauren has already taken that out. She's already said, yeah, listen, you can, of course there's the things of the past, but who cares? What, as in who cares? But like, how does this make this right? That's what I mean by who cares. It's like, who cares about that in this context? We can't, that doesn't make these things right. In the context of this argument, you can't care about that in that it doesn't cancel out. Thank you. Both of them. Oh, it's got dessert in it. Sauce by itself. Okay, so I got sauce and pasta. So I got chili sauce and pasta separate. I'm just gonna make that. Thank you, my baby. Just put it down there. Thank you. Ah! Can you give me another napkin, please? Destiny's chat with Dylan about the debate at the very end. for his reaction for like 10 minutes. He takes 2 stooges to task, some of it. Oh, okay. Thank you. Let's go. I'm gonna try and eat and do this. I don't know how we're gonna go through this. Thank you, my baby. And me eat at the same time.
Removed from them, their language, every aspect of them was destroyed. Those who tried to escape.
Like, why use your time to do this when Lauren has literally just already cast that out? You're spending your time on something that she's already cancelled. So you're just using the emotive language over here to help you. So it's just already dismissed. Well, and already dismissible by Lauren's logic. Dismissible by Lauren's logic, and then also emotive words because he goes through the these were prepared. Yeah, they were prepared. I know they were prepared in advance, but that just shows like he can't. He's gonna stay with that. He's gonna stick with that from the beginning. His argument was that poor. So from the beginning, from these opening, I suppose that's the whole point. But it's just, it's not even half. Yeah, Lance is an adaptive. There you go, Andrew. Yeah, that's exactly it. And also just the tactics of the emotive language immediately. Hold up. I need more of this chili sauce because it's delicious. Bye. Oh boy. Sorry, guys. Unorthodox stream is unorthodox. At least Adam can eat while Sitch talks. I'm the only one here.
Would often die in the cold or drown in the water. So it was a horrifying experience by all accounts. Now, the Catholic Church themselves have never formally apologized for this. Neither have they been held to account for the...
Okay, Catholic Church never apologized for it. First of all, my thing for formal apology is, so what? Formal apologies don't do anything. Just suppose it's so that you can say you said you did a formal apology, but that doesn't take anything. That doesn't take anything away. It doesn't erase anything. It's a gesture. And then taking what he's talking about here, with taking accountability or whatever, there hasn't been revenge. This is basically what he's saying.
Drown in the water. So it was a horrifying experience by all accounts. Now, the Catholic Church themselves have never formally apologized for this. Neither have they been held to account for the thousands upon thousands of priests and nuns who, again, tortured and raped children. So I believe if we're going to be talking about
he's a
restorative
closed eye talker as well. Oh God, that makes him quite insufferable already. Apology, church, no take into account. For atrocities. Okay, It's hard enough moving the convo along with Lars, but it takes a tail kind of tops him on that. Oh god. Are they still alive? What the priests? Well, yes, they've been necromanced from the histories. It's too late, Lance.
The first place to begin would be that they have to both be held accountable for the crimes that they've committed, as well as the fact that they have to, in some form or another, pay retribution to those in which they've harmed. Thanks.
Okay, with 18 seconds to spare. Now I'm going to throw it over to Tale of Two Rabbits for the last intro of the debate.
I would first like to thank Lance for asking me to join him today, and Dylan's Luscious Locks for moderating. I open, as I so often do, with a story. In 1601, Juan de Onate visited a gigantic agricultural and industrial center of more than 20,000 people in what is now central Kansas.
Oh my god,
Because he was a conquistador, he then kidnapped and tortured 4 children to identify the houses of the town's leaders, and immediately afterward he waged a war to destroy the city with an army of nearly 1,000 soldiers. It was a mass slaughter. For the next 500 years.
Okay, sorry, Carl. I've just been blown away by this person. Hi, Carl. Yeah. Like the stream and subscribe if you haven't. Thanks, Shipped Aces. Carl! Miss you, bro. I'm sorry I couldn't game this weekend. But it shall happen soon. This dude is something else. Wow, already, dude. Punch clock. I'm unable. What are we? 10 seconds into his statement? Yes. I've been highly riled up already by you guys, but bro, I'm like, oh, Lance has emotional language. This one comes with a fucking story. Rabbit. Dude. I'm gonna have a tag for emotional language. Motive language. Okay, and I'm putting, oopsie, and I'm putting that here and here. Okay, and yeah, let's go his story of what was the year?
And industrial. First, like to thank Lance for asking me to join him today, and Dylan's Luscious Locks for moderating. I open, as I so often do, with a story. In 1601, Juan de Onate visited a gigantic agricultural and industrial center of more than 20,000 people in what is now central Kansas.
Okay.
Because he was a conquistador, he then kidnapped and tortured 4 children to identify the houses of the town's leaders, and immediately afterward he waged a war to destroy the city with an army of nearly 1,000 soldiers. It was a mass slaughter. For the next 500 years, the school-taught history of the United States was that tribes of the plains were barely organized, semi-nomadic hunter-gatherers who knew only territorial wars and primitivism. And then, in 2016, using records, archaeological fieldwork, and remote sensing technology, Etzanoa once again became a fact. The stories natives had been telling for generations were finally again acknowledged as fact. As has happened many times in recent years, the US was forced to again confront the cruelty and lies that had been perpetrated against the indigenous peoples right up to this very day. In May of 2021, using records, archaeological fieldwork, and remote sensing technology, the stories of the residential schools recorded by the Truth and Reconciliation Commission's report and told by natives for generations were finally again acknowledged as fact. Canada is presented with 2 possibilities when such simple and straightforward modifications to the histories that we were all taught as children are uncovered. We can, as in the case of Etzanoa, accept the correction, accept the native stories were true all along, and move forward with the knowledge that wrongs were committed that must be reckoned with. Or we can choose, as Lauren apparently has, what has brought us here today. Refuse the most basic and straightforward facts in favor of denial, deflection, and dismissal. I come here as witness to those.
I said it and it happened. said that what are they going to do? They're going to say that what Lauren has done in her saying that this revenge thing is not a good position, that they're going to say, no, it's dismissal, it's redirection, it's denial. Immediately. Come on, guys. Oh. She's even said, if I accept this history, that doesn't make any of this right. And so she does, I suppose she does refute the historic evidence, but she does see that even if this is correct, my position still stands. Wow, guys, come on. I'm hunting wabbits. These wabbits are a fish in a barrel. Come on. Like, I could have debated him on that. I'm just, yeah, blown away. Well done. This has delivered.
As one small voice in a chorus to those stories, I come here to discuss justice for those wrongs and the
What is this? Slam poetry? I know I'm just reacting now, but come on.
restoration of dignity for those who suffered
Time is
what
up.
was erased.
Okay. So
He's the
I
only
just want
one.
to re-establish the rule.
The only one who went off time. Only one who goes off time. Goes out, it runs out of time. Because of emotive language, slam poetry, etc. Wow. They do love the slam poetry. What? Slaves built this country. You probably couldn't hear that because of RNN noise, but it was a high pitch. So, in your attempt to condemn Canada, what's up, Isaac? He argues against conquistadors in Kansas. Kansas is not in Canada. Oopsie. Why did he do that? I'm sure there's a lot more that he could have gone for in Canada. He could have actually gone for something in Canada. Isn't this the whole reason? Interesting. I do want to know why he went for that, Isaac. You're right. I did think of that as it came up. Because I was like, maybe there's some Kansas that I don't know. But then he did literally say in the US, he does literally go and say, the US teach history, didn't teach true history of atrocities, and then, anyway. I'm hoping we can get to conquistadors.
Rules one last time.
Yeah.
If it gets out of control, I will assert myself and shut down the conversation. If you believe it is unfair, I'm sorry to say that I don't care. I will do my best to restore. I'm a law and order moderator. Law and order. Other
Okay.
than that, I think everybody else knows no terms of service violations
Ugh.
of any sort. We are now going to have an open format for about an hour and a half to an hour and 45 minutes at max. And then with 2-minute outros, anyone is free to start the conversation. It is now open for dialogue.
Okay.
Well, considering that I've just been accused of denying basic facts, I would really
Love it. Go, Lauren. I thought she would probably go first. Lauren maybe can have a different color because she is a yellow. I don't know if that will help at all. Okay, accused. Okay, so I'm actually gonna wait. Put the what's his name? Rabbit man. Rabbit dude. And take Lauren out. And say just he's asserted Lauren has is dismissive of true history. Wrongs. Therefore, is two wrongs. Denial. In denial. Minimization. Okay, so that's his position. Tactics, nuke incoming. Oh my god, really? Hey, Yuri, what's up? I like Lauren, she's pretty. She is pretty. Excuse me. She's very pretty.
Like a tale of Twin Rabbit to describe which basic facts I've denied.
Sorry, she has been. It is a denial of facts. And then the next point would be, I'm gonna be using more text in this one, which is requests evidence of accusation. Also, what? Turn around. Giants. I'd give it all to Patrick. I knew. Hey, Anderson, favorite baseball team? The Braves. I just ate Waffle House and I feel invigorated. Well, I'm eating pasta and I feel invigorated too.
In your opening statement, you said that these deaths didn't occur and that these bodies weren't found.
That's not what I said, is it? I said there were no mass graves found.
I would be curious to know what you...
Okay. Oh, is this now? Is this that we're here? We're coming to the mass grave. Okay. Okay. Here we are. I've been told this is it. You did not. Graves. The dead bodies were found. Okay, and what color are you now? You're that teal-ish. And that just clarifies distinction. Oh, it rejects with point of distinction. Okay. No mass graves. Bim, 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 bim. Also, Lauren, why are you pink over here? Oh, it's what he said. So she's is dismissive. Rabbit dude. Lauren. I'm not going to change those at the moment. Okay. I want my default to not be this bendy arrow. It's annoying. Okay, and now I suppose this is where the contention comes in of what equals mass grave. You're getting mad just thinking of what's coming. What's a grave? What's a mass grave? What's a mass? What's a win-win? Oh my god, I'm grabbing my hair and tearing it out. That's what I'm thinking.
Your evidence is for that claim.
Firstly, I would like to ask both you and Lance to describe which mass graves have been found in Canada, and then I can respond to that.
Okay. So, so she's not. What he wants is which grave? What does he want?
I would be curious to know what your evidence is for that claim.
Okay. evidence of. Oh yes. Oh, this is the one where it's like, prove to me it doesn't. Prove to me it's not there, or something like that. I remember seeing a comment like that about it. Rejects. No, questions. Rejects, questions, evidence. For the claim. Claim? How are you spelling claim today, Chinsia? Jeez. Okay, red. Okay, and you go over here. And Lauren. So he's gonna say Lance. Sorry, it's not Lance, it's Rabbitoon. I'm gonna say Christian, sorry. Rejects claim, wants evidence. Okay. The onus of proof is on the accuser. I'm waiting. Yeah, that's the thing. I'm like, hold up, buddy. But then she is now going, hold up, first. So she actually puts the moves onus of truth. Sorry, moves burden of truth of proof. What's it? Returns burden of proof. Rabbit. Okay. Come now. I'll try and make this all fit at some point. In Canada. Diddle-dee. I know that they have colors, but I still want the tags on there. Okay. Lauren, don't do it to him.
Firstly, I would like to ask both you and Lance to describe which mass graves have been found in Canada, and then I can respond to that.
Would you like to be more specific, as in the one that
Well,
was?
you're saying I'm lying.
Would you like to be more specific? No, literally. Here are the specifications. Canada and mass grave.
Lying by saying no mass graves have been found. So tell me, where have the mass graves been found?
Well, the story that kicked it off was the Kempelus residential school mass graves that were identified using ground-penetrating radar.
Right. And
so you use the word ground penetrating, and that makes you sound good? Is that why you're using this? Okay, so I'm going to put this in because it is his direction. Just because it is not an actual argument or a logical argument does not mean we can't write it down. So, attempts. I do need to put in the commentary of ground penetrating radar. I'm going to put, instead of emotive language, I'm going to put, what can we call this? It's not word salad per se, but he doesn't usually use the word penetrate. So I'm feeling like he's using more formal language. That's what I'm tagging it as. And what? So Rabbit's claim is that mass graves found in Kempos using radar. That's his claim. Knowledge of their future. From their future, there were no bodies found at the site. Once they actually dug up the areas of interest, the ground radar pointed out didn't reveal any bodies. Oof. It was stated that the soil was disturbed, if I remember correctly, and it was possibly that it may have been a grave. So that's it. So he used this as fact. Okay, so ground penetrating radar story. And again, isn't his story in Kansas?
Penetrating radar cannot detect bodies.
Okay, so she even comes on board with this. No, man. She's like, okay, fine. Let's go with this, okay? I'm going to put him up here with this. This is where the arrow is going to go. Because it doesn't actually logically flow. So I'm going to put you up here. When we go straight, like right, left and right, then it's actually more logical. Okay, so if we just go and change these so that I don't have the bendy bits. Rejects claim. So even rejecting a claim is fine. It's left and right. Actually, no, it's supposed to be underneath, is not. This is supposed to be rejects claim. Come now, come underneath here. Sorry, I just want to get this right beforehand so I don't have to spend a million years trying to go back. Okay, rejects claim. This arrow is supposed to go to the top. Get it right the next time so we don't have to do this. Get your fucking dick. Okay. Rejects claim. First list the things in the cave. So they're in the cave. A mass grave in the cave. And then over here, it tends to provide evidence. You move here, please. Thank you. Radar story. So she goes along with it. She goes logically. She goes right. Instead of up. She goes, okay, fine. Takes to logical conclusion. Well, like, accept radar. Radar existence. Radar use. Okay, and then here she goes, ground penetration. Radar can't find bodies. And obviously that means, therefore, claim is false. Okay, because he based it on the ground penetrating. Oops, silence. I think they also found an old child's bone from the site. 1. She drops her ultimate. Jeez. We're only a few minutes in. They made it easy. God damn. Let's go. She's held it. She's very, so, like, what do I mean? She's solid, man. This chick's solid. Oh, also, I'm going to say rhetorical device here. Because she uses exactly the same words. But then again, it is the actual fact, so I'm not going to say rhetorical. Never mind, I've changed my mind. Accept radar use. To refute claim. Yeah, so I'm being a bit more descriptive in my arrows than I was before. Okay. Okay.
Are you saying that as an assertion?
Absolutely. You can go look this up. In fact, the woman who conducted the GPR herself actually went to my university. She said herself, we cannot confirm anything. This is simply an assumption.
Okay, questions veracity. We can't be certain. So it is an appeal to authority, but it's actually appeal to evidence, authoritative evidence, the person who literally did it, the same evidence that you are using, the same evidence, same method, I'm using it against you. Fucking A. Women did it, said because up we can't be certain. Supports when questioned. Okay. Sorry for you. They hadn't found any bodies yet, even after a year. Yeah. Wow. Another. Wait. Like, are you? Darling is talking about the child's bone, but that's like one bone. Okay.
Based on, and I would encourage people watching to go and take a look at what images ground penetrating radar show. They just show anomalies in the ground. They don't give you any context. They don't tell you if bodies are there. The anomalies could appear to be graves. Do they know if this grave site is just an overgrown graveyard? Do they know if it was the community graveyard? Do they know if there are any bodies in what these ground anomalies look like? No. And this is the facts of the case. The woman who did the ground penetration test in Kamloops, which sparked this all off, stated, we cannot know if there are any bodies under here until someone has dug this up and they've
okay, it's irrelevant. I'm adding it. So she's that's actually a lame appeal to authority then. So she's not more of an authority because the person went to her university. I'm still putting it in there. I'm not taking it out. Hey. No. Okay. Okay.
Exhume the bodies if they are there. And not only that, but the tribe leader there in Canada of the Kamloops band that brought out the initial statement about this said, even if there are bodies under the ground here, it's not a mass grave. And these are just preliminary findings, which has been the general consensus of all of these grave sites found, that they are not mass graves, and portraying it as such is deliberately misstating the truth and trying to make it.
Okay, so this is a supporting claim, or a claim that goes the same sort of way. Furthermore, further proposition, this not what's it? Really, is it leader? Okay. Furthermore, not a grave. It's I think she just said it as a beside the point. Yeah. Hello, Mix. How you doing? Good to see you. Welcome. Lauren's doing good stuff.
It seem as though Canada were committing some Holocaust where they were lining children up, shooting them, and throwing them in a grave that they dug. When we are talking about graveyards, if there are any bodies at all.
Okay, so she's further caveat is, I can keep it in here actually. I'll keep it in the same block. Sorry if you can hear all this stuff. Even if it is a graveyard, not genocide remnants. Okay. I'm just realizing she's been speaking
you just
a lot.
said that the woman who did the GPR examination went to college with you. The director of the company that actually did it is a man named Julio. So who did you go to school with?
No, she's an instructor at the university I went to, and I mean, I can read her
this
name
isn't
here.
actually
Let
someone
me.
who was
So
related to the
this
company.
is.
Yeah. So that was the misstep that it gave him something to go on. But I still think, even with that in, him going to that point, that's the strength, that the far furthest you can go to. So I want to see if he has someone who's the company itself admits what he is saying. Are we still connected? Yeah. Okay. So he wants to say this. Okay, over here. Whoopsie. Come on, bring it over. Never mind, I'll just do it here. And look, I can press L and get a line. And feeds veracity of knowledge source. Thought there was the cat. Oh. Okay. And then what's the company? A man. Not just a woman. And led by men. Mentions name even. Okay, I don't want any of the tag. This is supposed to be... Oh yes, there's supposed to be an evidence tag here. Example. Okay. And you are this. Smooth brain. Why does Jeff Bezos deliver every Amazon parcel? Yeah, that's true. It's just like, as much as you're saying, yes, she, it's besides the point, and she's kind of just putting it there. I don't think she thought, she would have put it in there thinking that it's going to increase the authority of it. But yeah, even though that's a misstep, this is more of a misstep in my opinion, because it's unless he brings something a lot more major than, oh, it's not that lady. Like, you're basically just saying, well, I have a different source. And, you know, like, yeah, I'm not liking his approach here. Who do you trust more? Some person that Lauren went to school with that she can't keep pronounce name, or president of the company who did the radar test? I trust the researcher who did the research over someone who's tangentially involved. Look, I just want to know. She has, by bringing up the person being at her university, she does open herself up to the criticism of that. Who is you know, you know, that she opened herself up to unnecessary claims. Like she could just say, that's it. That it has nothing to do with who did it. It's literally, it has been said that that's it. And it seems like a general enough claim that it doesn't require a single specific person to say that. Okay, let's go.
The girl who did the GPR technology test, which once again, GPR cannot pick up organic matter. Her name was Sarah Bellew. I'm not sure if I'm pronouncing that right. I'm terrible with French names. So she conducted the search herself, and she stated nothing she has found can be confirmed unless excavations are done at the scene. These excavations have not happened.
I didn't
So
get to
you-
hear Tale of Two
you were
Rabbits.
friends-
So this is from the Globe and
Give
Mail.
me, give me a
Hold
moment.
on.
Give me a moment. I was
you were
trying to
friends with
hear.
her?
Give me. Okay, let me just start. When I'm talking, nobody else is supposed to talk. Didn't hear what Tale of Two Rabbits was saying earlier. Could you repeat what you were trying to say?
Well, at this point, I'm a little bit lost. She's friends with someone whose name she doesn't know how to pronounce, who isn't the director of the company who was hired to do the scanning. So at this point, I don't know.
Oh my god, he's made it worse. Because now he's gone. He's refuted that no. This woman who did GPR, okay, he's refuted that. Honestly. He's now said, oh well, you can't pronounce her name. Oopsie. Can't pronounce her name. Therefore, not friends. This woman. Not the director of the company that did the GPR. Using the word director, in my opinion, has made him seem further removed than somebody that this woman comes off as somebody that's on the ground. So for me, this makes it seem more tangential. Thanks for that word, putting that word in my head. I think it was, I don't know, one of you guys. Appealing to saying, just more removed. His name, Lawrence person. Okay. No, I want not the highlighter. I want the actual text. There we go. A little bit lost. You say Jim delivered your package, but Jeff Bezos is the owner. How can this be? You must be lying that you did not receive that package. I'm gonna do that, yes. Big purple. Ad absurdum by something purple. Oh, so is this the do we increase the performance of ignorance counter or what? If you can't pronounce a name, that must mean yeah. Therefore, claim is false. It's insane. Wow. I wonder if I can change that default. God damn it. I'm just going to say. Oopsie, come on. What's it? Questions, no challenges. No, I don't want emojis. Stop. Stop it. No. Stop it, chat. Put it away. Thank you. Shooey. PI increase. Yeah, I thought so. I'm a bit lost here. Performative ignorance. And yeah. Okay. You can go down here. Okay. Hi, Daisy. Your brother scratched your ear. I can see. Sorry. Squirrel. Okay. Let's see this. Where are you? Repeat. Yeah, repeats. Performance 1. Oh, I forgot. Stream Elements loves numlock. Okay.
Don't understand exactly what it is we're discussing. I thought we were here to discuss burning of churches and restorative justice. If you'd like to challenge GPR and whether or not it's efficacious in the use of archaeological remains, I would point you to Etzanoa. Are you also challenging the identification of literally every site in the Americas that has
Can I jump ahead?
Wait, I would tell two rabbits finish what they were trying to say. Can you finish that?
Because this is outside the scope of this conversation. I keep hearing affirmations of, oh, well, I know a person. I don't care that you know a person.
Oh my god, that's number 2. That's bad faith. I'm hearing I know a person. When did she fucking well say I know a person? Wow. And this is Rabbit Man still talking? You're messing with my flow of my diagram here, dude. I'm trying to figure out where the fuck I put you. Because it's not a lot of fine. And I'm gonna do performative ignorance. Performative ignorance plus strawman. Yeah. So the performative ignorance kind of is how he performs a strawman using ignorance. Feigned ignorance. So like he strawmans as well by saying refuting all graves. And then beyond the scope. Which is beyond the scope. Which is beyond the scope of the conversation. And then the other one is I'm literally gonna say it. I'm gonna write it. I keep hearing I know a guy or whatever. So actually, even here in this little jab, and I'm going to put this in the other color and then also just say rabbit dude. I mean, we can just say PI, but I do want to also say engagement. So I'll just say straw man. I don't know, but the engagement is like the social thing of what he did for I keep hearing I know a guy. The fact that yes, okay, I'm gonna say language. Semantics. No, not semantics. Just language. Language note, right? I'm putting a language note here. Language use. Word choice. Sorry, word choice. Sorry, I don't know. The word choice here of I keep hearing for me is it's very poorly chosen because you've said keep. So you're saying it's as if Lauren now has been saying this for the past 3 hours, and she's been harping on about it, and it's just so weak, and she's continued with it. It's quite interesting that you say keep implies several times this was asserted, but it was only once. Also, it's irrelevant. Performative ignorance, performative of the argument, of Lauren's argument, of Lauren's point. And Bob or Tails? I think the fact that Tails, I don't know, Bob has a different brand of what the fuck that he sells.
I am
That's
talking
not my
about the company that did the work.
I'm talking about the woman who every Canadian article has stated did the search in Kamloops. And anyone can.
Okay. His is, he appeals to authority, appeals to his own authority, yeah. Because he goes, I'm talking about the company. I can't believe this is the argument here. I'm talking about the company. It's just, wow. I'm getting irritated. Okay, and then she's going to say, talking about the woman, talking about asserting my point. Many articles confirming. Damn, she sticks with it. She sticks with it. So she is against that by doing against the group. The veracity of the source, appeal to authority, so he's trying to strengthen this one, so he's going to be green. And it's like, how's about no, bitch? How's the debate been so far? Actually, it's been, hasn't been too difficult to follow, but it's been a little bit frustrating, considering the brainlet take that's happening here. The time that is spent on this company versus woman is all to distract from the fact that she made this claim over here. We can't be certain if it's if these are graves. Okay, so this is the point that's being refuted over here. But no, we go into this whole discussion over here. That so like this whole discussion here is a waste of time. Wasting time. Come now, turn my text. How do I turn my text? Oh well. What I'm trying to say is That's the way. Oh my god, delete it all! Woman. Can you imagine? Lauren has been hogging the talking stick. Yeah, she has, because she's the only one that has anything intelligent to say. The rest is a bit whiny. And hello, scum.
Look this up. Go look up who did the GPR test in Kamloops. I'm reading the Globe and Mail right now. The title, Anthropologist Explains How She Concluded 200 Children Were Buried at Kamloops Residential School.
Okay, stop right there. Stop
yeah.
right there. How she concluded the 215 bodies
Yeah.
were buried.
And
So
with it, once again, that's
just
just media bullshit. The article literally said, she also stressed her findings cannot be confirmed unless excavations are done at the scene.
Look at her face. And Lauren just dropped the deal with it. Glasses just went onto her. Did he really think that she was reading out this headline and that she accepted that headline? He thought he had an own. He thought he had an own there. The title lied? Pun counter, what did I do? What pun did we have? Connor is here to bridge build, so he hasn't. I don't know. They're all pretty obnoxious in their own ways, and I don't know. Maybe it's because Lauren's the prettiest of them that I just listen to. Sorry, she's like, she gives a further source. Refers to source. Actual source. What is it called?
there.
Stop
Did
right
the search
there.
in Kamloops, and anyone can look this up.
I am
That's
talking
not my
about the company
statement.
that did the work.
I'm
Okay.
talking about the woman who every Canadian article has stated did the search in Kamloops, and anyone can look this up.
Did you hear that sigh?
Go look up who did the GPR test in Kamloops. I'm reading the Globe and Mail right
Connor's just trying hard to get his way, but
now. The title, Anthropologist did the
Pardon,
search
ma'am?
in Kamloops, and anyone can look this up. Go look up who did the GPR test in Kamloops. I'm reading the Globe and Mail.
Globe and Mail. Globe and Mail. Headline. False headline. I need to have this in the line. False headline. You think, wait a minute. I just can't. Wait a minute. A false headline saying women concluded bodies found. Like, that's some bullshit. This is just the disgusting thing of the media. That's just I just can't believe this man thought that he had a win. Wait a minute. See what it said? He really, really thought, oh, honey. How have you thought that this is that she would be this stupid? How has she demonstrated to you that she's that dumb? How would you ever? Okay. So what? She thinks she has a win. Thinks her source strengthens his claim. Oh wow. Stop right there. He did the same with Esticianator, but he literally wanted to stop at a half truth. Stop before the full context is revealed and believe the unfinished claim. Well, he's. I don't even think he knows where she's going with it. I think that, well, if he does know where she's going with it, it's a stupid thing to do, because she is going to go to where she wants to go with it. I don't know. He should have just been able to, hey, Kava. It is a fun debate, and I'm almost done with my food, so I can really be invested in typing all the extra notes of bullshit.
Right now, the title, Anthropologist Explains How She Concluded 200 Children Were Buried at Kamloops Residential School.
Okay, stop right there. Stop
yeah.
right there. How she concluded the 215 bodies
Yeah.
were buried.
And
So
with once again, that's just
said,
media bullshit, because the article literally says she also stressed her findings cannot be confirmed unless excavations are done at the scene.
Can I jump ahead between the two of y'all?
Okay, 1 second. Lance was trying to say something before you, and so I wanted to make sure he got a chance to speak.
No, I wanted Tail to finish what he's saying, and then I'll go after counterpoints.
Okay, then we'll have Tail finish what he's saying, then we'll move over to counterpoints.
Okay.
Yeah.
if she would like to challenge the findings of basic archaeology, then she's welcome to do so, but that's not
Oh my god. Does this man speak about... This man is speaking about her in the third person. Sorry, I touched the mic, but seriously. This is a stick up. A thumbs up. This dude is the comedic archetype of the intellectual who only reads the headlines of news and studies. Yeah. Wow. Wow. See what I said? It's just no. And then goes to continues and restates. Hi, Kev. Restates point. And also I just want to say she stresses, woman stresses that verify without excavation. Media spin bullshit in title. Okay, and if she what a little bitch. Okay? If she wants to refute to deny archaeology, how do you word this bullshit?
Then we'll have Tail finish what he's saying, then we'll move over to counterpoints.
Okay.
If she would like to challenge the findings of basic archaeology, then she's welcome to do so, but that
Ugh. Challenge. Oh my god, what a little bitch. Archaeology. Okay. Just the bad faith of it all. The bad faith of it all. Word choice note. Here's a word choice note, okay? You're saying basic. So basic implies, bitch, you're basic. Oh my god, just let me have a separate. Set this comment bubble free, please. Thank you. implying most fundamental is being bitcha basic. Nobody speaks like this. Good evening, Miss Kitta. This is just, yeah, oh yes, I do want to say, oh yes, I'm gonna put that there. She rather than you. Simply rude. Rude and childish. On purpose. Disrespect. Somehow. Disrespecting her somehow makes her arguments weaker? Question mark. Okay.
That's not why we're here, as I was led to believe.
You made this accusation.
That's not why we're here, as I was led to believe. This is not performative ignorance here, guys. This is just bad faith. I'm putting 3. Oh, the smug move. Yeah, this is the smug move from Bob and Sarah. It is. Oh, you're shut down. You're shut down. Oh, God, I can't go back to that. Can't go back. Let's not go there. Just thinking of him saying that. Okay. It's just performative of idiocy. Mix and match says, do you think you mean a scum move? I was thinking like that. That really is funny that his name and scum, they look the same, smug and scum. You shut down. Oh, God. It was too much. That was too much. But it's going to stick with us forever. It's imprinted on us. Bob has changed our lives, and he should be proud of it. You got us, Bob. Also, just no refutes by ridicule. That's it. That's the argument. Ridicule. I wouldn't even say absurdum. It's just, hey, here's some ridicule. Double star. Ooh. Performative ignorance. That's not what we're to talk about. Wow, look where we are, guys. We went this revolving door, okay? Look, this is the argument tactic that we've had from this rabbit man. Wabbit. Mr. Wabbit goes, okay, so Lauren's like, please tell me which graves you're speaking about in your little story. Then he's like, oh, ground penetrating radar. And then she goes, cool. Well, that ground penetrating radar you spoke about. And then we talk about that. And his whole refutation of the ground penetrating radar claim is just weak source. It's just, oh, I'm talking about the company. And also the same sort of thing as we saw with Bob, where it was like, oh, we do a certain kind of vein of argument. And then it's like, okay, well, you know what? I'm just going to let go of it. And I'm going to go, she wants to challenge the findings of basic archaeology. So it's like, I went on that whole spiel, but actually, you know what? Drop it. It's fine. She's just full of it. I entertained her. I entertained this whole discussion But now I'm done with it. What a fuck. I can see why you guys like this debate. And I can't wait to sit and Adam go over it. I'm going to watch that after this. But I had to stay away from it. So I didn't get any ideas. Just default to white text for me, please. Miro is actually shutting down a bit. Please. Okay. Changes. Wait, has entertained this manner of argument. Up until now. But abandons it. Oopsie, abandoned. Wow, wow, wow. I want this to be a meme in every stream. Which one? Don't you believe? Okay, wait. I can't believe you didn't read Amazing Fantasy 15. Bob might not have one intellectually, but he wants spiritually. He killed us, my spirit. We have never recovered the mana. We never did. Don't you believe in science? Hello, Bearcat. From him when she's saying the archaeology needs to be done, not disputing it. Very good point, Bearcat. Yeah, I want it to be a meme in every stream. What the Destiny's coverage was also funny. Oh gosh, there's so much to do with one. This did have ripples through the internet. Like the actual debate is maybe the fifth video when you search for this. The rest is like the reactions, and I don't blame people for watching it through the filter. It's just
Against me. I responded, and I'm citing the individual who made these findings.
Oh God.
She puts it when she speaks with the smile. She's showing her teeth. She's like, she will bite you. She'll bite you. And now we're going to have some horrible tone, which he's taken it somewhere. He made this disrespectful. She's heated here, but she's not disrespectful.
God, can I bridge
To do so, but that's not why we're here, as I was led to believe.
You made this accusation against me. I responded, and I'm citing the individual who made these findings.
Oh God, can I bridge these two fucking perspectives, please? Because otherwise we're gonna spend the whole time on fucking minutia.
Okay.
Okay.
Oh, Savior Connor. Connor over here, I actually don't think you're helping with the way that you phrased that. But okay. So I'm going to, it doesn't follow from anyone, so it's going to just start on its own. What color is Connor? Connor. Was this you? No, that's Rabbit Dude. Oh, Rabbit Dude is pink. Well, I've been using the wrong color, so now I'm going to have to swap them. Okay. Connor Dude. I'm going to bridge these fucking perspectives. Oh, yeah. Thank you so much. Counterpoints. Is it Lance now? It is Counterpoints that did this. Barely. This isn't minutia. This is subject being discussed. Kind of cuts off Lauren's flow. No, he's been waiting too long, which is a failing on our lovely, what do you call it? Our moderator. There we go. We got there. Our moderator decided that he's just not going to moderate. So this guy had to go and jump around. jump in here and take the wheel. Like, I'm going to say word choice note. Oh my god. Bridge these two perspectives or we'll yeah, I can't even spell it. There you go. I do not like this. I don't like this. I don't like this. This move that was made here. It was not necessary to word it that way, and it's just inflammatory. So actually, whatever he says now, I'm completely biased against it. I could have found it maybe clarifying and find it refreshing, but because of the way that he did it, not productive to word this way with OMG and yeah, increases tension, not want to me expect a bad take. Okay, he kind of does, yeah, but I get why. He's trying to get out from the weeds and into the meat of the arguments, which would be a noble and righteous pursuit in any other debate, just not with these clowns. I know Sitch and Adam are lovey-dovey with Dylan now, but we remember Dylan from back in the day. Connor inserts curse words in a way that I find cringy. Look, I insert curse words all the time, so I can't find them cringy, but yeah, the use of them here just didn't work for me. But I do agree that the timing wasn't the best it could have been. Yeah, I think he was just waiting for so long that it happened that way. And does serve the debate to move out of definition, the weeds, basically. I don't know, having so many people in the panel, I don't know, maybe it's not a good idea. But anyway, Connor's intention is to build the dialogue, however that leads to him cutting Lauren something, but later Connor realizes the dialogue won't happen. I don't know, I'm just irritated with everyone here. So can somebody just make me like them? Other than Lauren. Lauren has been neutral for me.
Thank you. All right, so let's go ahead and bridge these two perspectives for the love of God. The primary contention is not, GPR or whether or not kids died or anything like that. The whole reason is the use of definitions and words. Ultimately, I would like to avoid semantics, and instead of fighting over semantics, I would like to talk about the concepts that we're trying to convey. The main objective.
Okay, so he is, you see, that's what I'm saying, it makes sense. But why you got to do the for the love of God bullshit? I don't know why. I don't like him. Don't like him at all. I've been poisoned. Points of contention. Actually, what is he trying to say? The point of, because the point
that I think the whole reason is the use of definitions and words. Ultimately, I would like to avoid semantics, and instead of fighting over semantics, I would like to talk about the concepts that we're trying to convey. The main objection that I think Lauren is poking to, that I would poke to as well, is basically the use of mass graves. When we use words like mass graves, basically what I can.
Okay, the way that he has gone over, I know he's not finished yet, but what he's done is he's rolled over the rabbit man's thing. And actually what he should be doing is saying he good faiths rabbit all the way out of this discussion. In terms of, he could, what I would probably be trying to point to is you are arguing. You're not arguing a point of semantics, actually. That is fact. They are arguing about a fact. He is using semantics to try and refute her fact. So it's not so much definitions. He is saying that you literally must call it a mass grave, because this is what findings were there. And she is saying you can't because there's nothing there as of yet. You have to do further investigation. So they actually are talking about facts here, and the semantic part that he's criticizing actually does come from Bunnyman, because he's saying the director. So his claim is better because he's talking about the director, and her claim is weaker because she's talking about some lady. Where actually the thing that they could have come to talk about is literally the fact of whether ground penetrating radar, which he was so proud of saying in the earlier chapter, if that was what we were going to talk about, we could have done that and then moved on. But yeah, he went off the rails. Anyway, I guess it doesn't really matter as long as we just move on. It wasn't that much of a valuable argument in any case. Lauren was just defending her position, and he was just coming at her with rubber swords. Fun fact, there are GPRs on both the Mars rover and Chinese moon rover. Connor has one line in this debate where he wins me back. Okay. If Lauren wins, then Lance and Tails have nowhere to stand. It's really jarring when someone inserts curse words when speaking normally. I'll speak normally with curse words in. But yeah, if you're trying to make an argument, some people do it like it just comes in, it's natural. Other people, I'm like, okay, you kind of get hit by the curse words. His harsh tone, I think, unintentionally hits Lauren as well as Rabbit. Yeah, it hits me, so I can definitely see that. This is a different argument. He's allowed Rabbit to have his point. He should be backing up Lauren. Exactly, something thoughtful. That is exactly my point. That he's said no. It's fine. No, it's not fine. Actually, Lauren was winning that exchange. You can say this exchange over here is irrelevant now. You guys are, or you can, like I said, you go and you say that you are using semantics to refute this claim. What I want to do is not even talk about this. Can we move on from it? Don't be dismissing it completely as not worth. Just because it's not his argument doesn't mean he can just dismiss it without actually pointing out its weaknesses further than, oh, well, it's semantics. It's an authority argument at that point. I forgot, how does the grave part even matter? Kitty, you think you're done? Yeah, I think we're done. I'm done. Why did we stop streaming? Because I don't know. Okay, we're live. I don't know whether that was you just making fun of me disconnecting or something. Okay. Changes the argument. I don't know. Changes focus of arguments. Yeah, it's not whether.
Conceptualized as people handed shovels, marched out into the woods, executed, and then thrown in as well, is basically the use of mass graves. And instead of like fighting over semantics, I would like to talk about the concepts that we're trying to convey. The main objection that I think Lauren is poking to, that I would poke to as well, is basically the use of mass graves.
No. Her contention was, yes, that was her first contention, but we are addressing his Rabbitman's point of contention. So I would argue, I need to put my argument in afterwards, but point of contention is not GPR, it's the use of mass graves. So yeah, I don't know why. I just do not like him at this point. I don't know why. I don't know why. I mean, he's frustrated with him, and I suppose I would probably end up being just as much of a bitch if I was as frustrated with him. But dismisses actually. Allowing Rabbit his point rather than pointing out the semantic argument was my god. I'm saying my god because the typing is taking forever. Oh, then. Should have. Lauren. Refutation goes one step to 1 point too early. Not the company, those individual bytes. Okay, sorry, probably because he's trying to distance himself consciously or unconsciously from Lauren, even though his arguments align with hers. I would say so, Nico. Yes, it is. At this juncture, that's exactly what it is. Rabbit gets crazy. Yeah, well, I can imagine that. He's already been quite spicy. I think this is for true. I really do think he doesn't really want to go and support her argument, rather than just actually going and saying, "I think this is what she's saying." It does help when sometimes when people are arguing, to have somebody reword this reword somebody's argument. That's that's usually in like a personal argument that it's helped.
When we use words like mass graves, basically what I conceptualize is people handed shovels, marched out into the woods, executed, and then thrown in shallow graves, and then dirt loosely thrown over them. Okay, that's the primary contention here, is whether or not that's what's occurred. And based off of historical fact, which I'm sure Tale of Two Rabbits and the Serfs can assert one way or the other, whether or not they agree with this, that's not what happened. They didn't march out 200 kids into the woods, execute them one at a time, throw them in a ditch, and throw dirt over them. And
Okay. Maybe it's the arrogance. I don't know, but then again, yeah, I guess I'm finding bits that look a bit like me, and I'm like, I don't like that. What's it? Mass graves. Why? Because there goes. Oh, you probably couldn't hear that because it's too loud. I mean, too high. Mass graves means mass killing, marching kids into woods, dropping them. That is not the mass grave shouldn't be used. Okay, Connor tends to go aggro fast indeed. Yeah, that's my way of doing things, and I guess I just recognized that in him and did not like it. This was Connor's first big debate on the platform. Oh, okay. I've seen this from Connor in other debates. Gets easily frustrated in a level-on conversation, starts wildly swinging a baseball, yelling, "Hey, let's be reasonable!" Serfs up. Hey, Depaslot. Good to see you. Yeah, I get it. You know what's funny is I can see Alana doing something like this, but she doesn't. Amala doing this, but she doesn't do this aggro thing. She is she's being reasonable, and you know what? Maybe as the moderator, I don't know the kind of view that was of what a moderator should do here, but sometimes I've seen it that the moderator helps to get one person to understand the other person, one side to understand the other side's assertion, whether or not they believe it or not. They're just like, I think this is what, they don't actually even say it to the opposition. They say to the person asserting the argument, are you saying this and this? And then that's supposed to give clarity to the opposition, that the other person arguing against it. But this guy's just here to, Dylan's just there to be the police, I suppose. It's a different kind of moderation. Then it's kind of became his performance. Then it's time to rethink your own. Getting angry in a debate feels good, but it's frequently... Oh no, it does definitely backfire. It's not going to work out for any reason. Like, even any point that you do have will come out badly, which we've seen in Bob and what's the name? Actual Fandom.
I have more points to this, but I just want to let's just bridge this gap on the definition of mass graves and keep it moving.
I think he should have been the moderator. That's a moderator move. Yes, a bit aggressive for a moderator, but if the thing of putting people back on a certain track, that's, for me, that's a moderated move.
Caleb,
Sure.
if you haven't said anything yet, would you like to speak at all?
Yeah, totally. So, Lauren, you're already starting out with conspiracy theories. Whether or not you agree with the way the technology is being used, that's really not up for
Shame, poor Connor. He's like, oh Jesus, I thought we cut this off. I thought it was done, and it's no, sorry, honey. No matter how, I think maybe that's it. That's what happened. Is like, no matter how reasonable he is doing the running around with a baseball bat. Let's be reasonable. Let's be reasonable. And because we shut off when people speak to us like that, and because it's just so much, it feels so much better to try and own Lauren in an absolutely nonsensical way. Yeah, that's how we do it. So let's go and get Lance's block. Stop. Okay, is this you, Lance? Yes. I think he's going to be, I know that everybody, like in the comments, you can see Lance is the one that most people were pissed off with. And he has so far been the most obnoxious. So, and for reasons that I don't recognize in myself. So at least there's that. Oh. Okay. I'm not going to say emotive language. I'm going to say word choice notes. Okay. And Lauren is going after straight to conspiracy theories. Conspiracy theories equals yeah. Aggression might help with moderation. You're willing to interrupt and call people out. Yeah, I think that is it's valid, and Dylan did do it earlier. He did have a bit of aggression, like no, stop. You have to kind of do it because everybody is getting heated. What were you saying there? Oh, I think it might just be a tactic. He raises his energy a higher level than the other panelists, garnering all the attention so that he can inject his rhetoric. Yeah, I think if he was by himself, I would listen to him a bit better. I think just the way it came off. And I do think that way that he kind of separated himself from Lauren just didn't sit well with me. I think I'm just being something for Lauren there, I suppose. Where I don't like that his anger was directed to both of them. It should have been direct. I think that's what my contention with him was. His anger should have been anger, or his, like we said, it's not that you're actually angry at the human being, although I don't know, I think it maybe gets to that point, but he's frustrated with the situation and the way the argument is being conducted, but he doesn't go to the truth of it. I think he's intelligent enough to pick up that Lauren was on the right track, and he could have swatted away the relevance of this argument while also asserting that Lauren was right. I don't know, I just wanted that, so I guess that's my bias. The anger gets directed somewhere. Slimy Lance, oh god, just drags it back to cherry pick argument Lance. I proclaim it the pinkingest of cherry. I think the spineless Lance in Destiny gave Lance that moniker. Oh god. I'm gonna need it, like, maybe there's no Thursday. We're not gonna do Thursday because of this. Okay. Like, this is where you're gonna go. You see that there's no line here? I'm going to put you, I feel sorry for... This is where Connor thought a relevant argument would occur after he brought some reason in. Never mind. I'm just gonna say rip. Subscribe! You'll still be drunk. Well, I'll still have wine. Yeah. Canva, have you not subscribed? And I'm supposed to have YouTube alerts that go off when people subscribe. But whatever. Let's go.
Debate right now, because at the end of the day, the people who have been accused right now of accomplishing these crimes, they in no short form have already, like, you've received a condolence from the Pope as an acknowledgement that something has happened here. There has been multiple instances, such as the Mohawk tribe, that have actually had to exhume bodies after ground penetration had been used. This is not something in which the ground penetrating radars have discovered these bodies and then suddenly we don't have any idea about whether or not this is occurring.
No, Kava, I think we saw each other on Twitter, right? You, I think so. And I've also just seen you in chat in such an Adam. Yeah, you don't have to, but I'm really happy you do. I loved the thing you had, the picture you did on Twitter. That was amazing. Let's see.
Also, the testimonies
I need to go
back.
First of all, look, this is bullshit that is happening. There's no, it's like this should be, if this was allowed, if I could make it shaped like a cloud and still tag it, then I would do it. But the tags only work with sticky notes. So I'm just going to say tangent, or just be like, yeah, tangent. If that is even the way you spell it. I just can't. I'm in the SNA circles. Yeah, the best circles. Okay. I do want to put I have to write what he says. So let's go back. Didn't Lance initially say that the church has never apologized? What's the condolence? Exactly, Nico. He did say that, they've never, he literally said they never apologized and they never took themselves to account, or whatever you call it. So at least with the second one, there's plausible deniability. But with him saying literally they did not apologize, there's no plausible, you know? Yeah, I'm gonna have to go back.
From accused.
And I can't.
So, Lauren, you're already starting out with conspiracy theories. Whether or not you agree with the way the technology is being used, that's really not up for.
I'm actually gonna say, Lauren, you're starting with. You are. At least he's referring to her. Instead of, she's going on these, if she wants to go into conspiracy, says Mr. Rabbits. Jesus. Cat people, yes. Cat people are the best people, and therefore we stick together. But we only give each other love when it is decided. We're not dogs to just give love willy-nilly.
Debate right now, because at the end of the day, the people who have been accused right now of accomplishing these crimes, they in no short form.
I still have to try this.
Lauren, you're already starting out with conspiracy theories. Whether or not you agree with the way the technology is being used, that.
Okay, no. I need to do this. Whether or not you agree with the technology. Is this the you don't believe in science thing used?
That's really not up for debate right now, because at the.
That's not up for debate. Okay. Okay. And he says, because.
End of the day, the people who have been accused right now of accomplishing these crimes, they in no short form have already
he's word salading it. He's been putting this structure, and he's putting the structure around it to make it sound intelligent, but it's not. He's word salading over here. It's he's trying for this angle, but there's science tonight. Yeah. Going to enjoy. Bye, Mix. We'll see you later. Okay, dogs are the whores of the pet kingdom. Yes, they are. But we love them. They're cute.
Because at the end of the day, the people who have been accused right now of accomplishing these crimes, they in no short form have already, you've received a condolence from the Pope as an acknowledgement.
How? Wow. Okay. Hi. At least Bob just threw them in. He didn't, when Bob just had a stupid argument, he had like 1 point and just threw it at you and you were like, wow, you really thought that was an argument? I need to map this properly. So Lauren, you're going to conspiracy theories. Elaborates. Refutes need for it refutes the relevance of conclusion of Lauren's conclusion, and so because he's saying Why you always got to be bendy? Because he's saying that's not up for debate. So he starts off with a stupid word choice thing of literally conspiracy theory equals crazy. Stop it. Which is refuting of entire argument. Okay, I'm just going to zoom in a little bit closer so you guys can actually see that. Whether or not you agree with the technology being used, that's not up for debate. And now he's explaining why. So his green line for this, because here's my evidence. The people accused of this, of these crimes, have not been called to account, have not done anything. Yeah, accomplishing crimes, but like people accused of these crimes just says that, and then says then uses the example. You've got condolences from the Pope. You know what, Connor? I would have yeeted myself out actually, just from that. Like, you see he just goes like this, and I'll be done and be like, guys, didn't this whole thing turn out to be nothing, a regular graveyard? Yeah, that's what they said the guy said in the beginning, and apparently still the one that people are arguing about, that they were arguing about, has not shown anything. What was it, mass really? Oh god.
Something has happened here. There has been multiple instances, such as the Mohawk tribe, that have actually had to exhume. Like, you've received a condolence from the Pope accused right now of accomplishing these crimes. They, in no short form, have already like, you've received a condolence.
They in no short form. I'm gonna put this here. Sorry. Because, like I said, word salad. Word salad. Not emotive language, formal language. This is Lance that's doing this, eh? Yeah. Yeah, I think he's fitting to be the one that's cuckoo for Cocoa Pups. I cannot. Example, you've got, so I mean he's not finishing the thought. I'm one to speak. I know that I don't finish my thoughts a lot, but this is doesn't even notice he's gone off track here.
From the Pope, as an acknowledgement that something has happened.
Okay. Wait, is he saying, not example? So you've got acknowledgement from the Pope that something happened. Okay, I'm trying to get it. That meaning something did happen. Crimes did happen. Okay, so it's acknowledged by the Pope, so it doesn't matter.
And here, there has been multiple instances, such as the Mohawk tribe, that have actually had to exhume bodies.
Okay, and also just, I don't know, his face about it. Like, don't do that with your face. Don't do this. Don't do it. Well, don't do it as much. Okay? You've got condolences for the Pope, meaning something did happen, crimes did happen. That would have been a point, but now you're going Mohawk tribes exhume bodies. Yes. Multiple instances. Okay, my comment here is if you bring in just evidence, you just think because, hey, here's an example of stuff. If I just put stuff in, and then it'll look like evidence. If I just put on the tactic, Lance just wants to bring in these examples as if evidence of anything is evidence of everything. People are taking responsibility for this, so you're just talking nonsense. Spoiler warning, everything Serfs say is the whataboutism. Something for the bad faith read is that it's intentional and meant to distract from the point accusation made. Okay, everything. Okay.
After ground penetration had been used. This is not something in which the ground penetrating radars have discovered these bodies and then suddenly we don't have any idea about whether or not this is occurring. Also,
okay, so again, he could have just said, well, in that case, are you, me moderator, are you trying to say that, okay, this case might be that it's not confirmed yet whether there's bodies, but there are other cases where it was confirmed that excavation was done and it was confirmed. If that's what you're trying to say, you're not fucking saying it properly. So, sorry, Canva. There's my swearing. To exhume bodies after ground penetrates GPR. And again, sorry, I would go to the transcript, but then it's going to take me forever to scroll up and down.
Bodies after ground penetration had been used. This is not something in which the ground penetrating radars have discovered these bodies and then suddenly we don't have any idea about whether or not this is occurring.
What the fuck does it even mean? So is he asserting this is not a case of finding anomalies but no bodies? What the actual? I know that this is just one point he's making and we could move on, but I'm very fascinated as to, look at the words. It's just words and you're supposed to put them together in the best way possible.
Also, the testimonies.
Hey, me 5 hours ago. This time I'll catch the entire stream for sure. Clueless. Hey, Ghost. Good to see you.
That have been given in the Truth and Reconciliation Commission, which are numerous, we're talking thousands and thousands of people, have attested to the treatment of the children in these residential schools. Once again, that is not a matter up for, did they line them up against the walls and shoot every single one of them in the face? That is not exactly what happened here. Once they became wards of the state, as in once they became the property of the federal government or the provincial government, their treatment then became their responsibility. So whether they died from experimental starvation, which is something that happened, whether they died.
Okay, so you had this whole word salad over there for him to eventually he refers to this. Fucking eventually. Where he's basically saying it, not trying to say, is he saying that he's not trying to say they were shot against, but it's because he just doesn't use words. He doesn't use the words properly. Just puts words together.
So what happened here, once they became wards of the state, as in once they became the property, have attested to the treatment of the children, whether or not this is occurring. Also, the after ground penetration had been used. This is not something in which the ground penetrating radars have discovered these bodies and then suddenly we don't have any idea about whether or not this is occurring. Also, the testimonies that have been given.
I'm sorry, we have to go to the transcript. Okay. Let's read this. Oh, this is now the all the way. Come on, you bitch. Go to where I am. Oh, what a shit show. Where are we? 24. I told you I'd take forever to scroll down, but chat amongst yourselves. I just want to see it written. Oh my god, he's going further. Wait. I've lost which time I'm at. '23. Okay, I'd like to address that you don't want to give it as towards Lauren, but you're okay with counter responding. No, you know what? Fuck you, transcript. Fuck you. Let's see what you guys are talking about. Lance, Lauren isn't arguing against any of that. They're not listening to Lauren. She said that the radar results show individual areas of interest, singular graves maybe, instead of one big mass grave. If they let her speak again, and if we all refuted quite succinctly what attacked certain points instead of this word salad, then maybe we would figure out what he's trying to say. Arguing against any of that, who's big, who's smart, yeah. Arguing something else completely. He's arguing something else completely. There were properties of government, therefore it's the government's fault. Don't read ahead. Talking up like Katrina, but saying absolutely nothing. Exactly. Mucho texto, scum, right? Mucho texto. And it's not landing. Oh, at least mucho texto sometimes it's just words, not obnoxious words. Just
in the Truth and Reconciliation Commission, which are numerous, we're talking thousands and thousands of people, have attested to the treatment of the children in these residential schools. Once again, that is not a matter up for, did they line them up against the walls and...
Wow. He speaks like me when I'm out of focus. Where it's just like, you need to finish off my sentence for me, find the logical conclusion, I'm on to the next thing. Here are the concepts and some verbs, and you can move yourself from one of the sentences to here, and you'll find somewhere in there, you'll find what I mean. And don't worry, it's great. That's what I'm seeing here. Not trying, say, not about shooting, lining up and shooting. I'm being good faith writing this here. Because I could have just copy pasted the mucho texto and then we would have been like question mark, question mark. Okay? Shooting, not about lining up and shooting. Wards of the state. Look, I used the word wards. Woo! Wards of the state. And then died of starvation, etc. Like, really? How disappointing. He's using the emotive language, formal language. I'm just going to say / word salad. Word salad, Larry. Okay? You just broke down all of Lance. You just, find here's some words. And you can put them in, it's up to you to understand what I'm talking about. Reframes. Refutes through reframing. Bam. There you go. Turn and make friends with that corner. Thank you. There you go. Okay, biological material like skeletons become similar to the minerals in the soil over time. Ergo, it doesn't give the correct rate or return. I'm not entirely confident though. However, this does matter because genocide is a heavy term which carries a lot of baggage. It's the same thing with, look, it's not the same weight, but using the term whiteness is not just about the skin. Using the term genocide is not just about the number of people. It's actually, you know what, genocide for real is used very much so as an exaggeration where you're looking more at massacres. But yeah, 200, I suppose in those days, a 200 number of 200 could be an entire tribe. Either way.
Shoot every single one of them in the face. That is not exactly what happened here. Once they became wards of the state, as in once they became the property of the federal government or the provincial government, their treatment then became their responsibility. So whether they died from experimental starvation, which is something that happened, whether they died from high rates of tuberculosis, which is something that happened, whether they died from torture, rape, or abuse, which is something that happened, 1 in 5 children was sexually abused in these schools. That was sexual abuse that was happening while, again, they were children as wards of the state. So it doesn't matter how you want to try and skirt past whether or not these crimes that occurred.
Okay, I'd like to address that.
Sure.
So I'm.
Do you want to give? It was towards Lauren, but are you okay with counter responding?
Yeah, he can respond. Actually, Connor, can I just quickly make one clarification and then I'll jump to you?
Okay.
I never stated atrocities didn't happen at these schools.
She never did. Literally in the beginning of the argument, I was like, they're gonna say that she's denying it. She said the words, I want to make it clear that I'm not denying atrocities occurred. She herself said it, but no, because she's not on her knees begging for forgiveness, somehow she is saying it didn't happen. I feel my argument so hard. Lance never met a bad conclusion that he wouldn't eagerly jump to and then rationalize it afterwards if there's time. Lance's side are a master of playing the language game. Yeah, but you see, not everybody, there's a group, it's not a select few that will, there are a lot of people that will be, see, look, I'm doing a Lance, but the thing is, I'm going to get there eventually. Using all the little language things, initially it can work on people in passing, but people that are used to this sort of behavior, you can become immune to that sort of language because you go, no, you're trying to take the emotion, make me feel emotions to ignore the actual facts. I can feel the emotions and understand them over here and then also look at the facts, but no, we're just going to make you feel things so that you believe me. I did not. Yeah, there's a certain wizard game. Oh yes. And we're 1 fraction of a sentence. Lauren shot down Lance's word blimp. Yeah, exactly. She doesn't have to go into all of this bullshit over here. Oh, and we had this. That's the same thing, that Lance just wants to bring these examples in as if just the number of, it's just a points game. If he just says enough words, then he'll win. That's not how it goes. That's not what's happening. She can go, I never said that. And then it's done. So he's recruits through reframing. Specifies position. It just defines position. You know, towards this. I did not. Atrocities. Okay, now what kind of bullshit is going to happen?
It was a very unfortunate thing in the 1800s and 1900s, early 1900s, particularly in general, that there were horrific things going on at orphanages, boarding schools, residential schools, of course, and there's proof of this. But you have asserted, and I don't want to see you walk back on this unless you're going.
Okay. Lovely. You have asserted. Okay.
Going to admit it, that these were mass graves. You have asserted that they.
You've asserted they are mass graves. Did she say they or there?
They are evident. Boarding schools, residential schools, of course, and there's proof of this. But you have asserted, and I don't want to see you walk back on this unless you're going to admit it, that these were mass graves.
These, okay. Didn't happen. Lists, boarding schools, etc. Agreement with Lance. And 1900s. Ooze. You have asserted these are mass graves. Okay. Problem with getting past emotionally manipulative language is that others who hear it, who aren't wise to that game, then think you're heartless. Yeah, that's so true, Death by Slot. That is exactly it. You are heartless, and you see, how dare you? You don't care. That's exactly it. That's how they get you. That's the strength of their argument, is the fact that they're look at all the emotions, look at all the pain that you're denying exists, and you're heartless. I'm just putting you. Come now. Okay, whatever. You can just have a weird point that you just point to. Okay. And this is why reframing is a very important tool in these kinds of discussions. With that, you can dismantle the emotional armor from a weak argument. Yeah. And it takes a lot of patience to keep doing that, to just keep going, okay, let's just, and taking away that power of oh, that's harmful, that's what, and no, just keep taking it away and stripping it down to bare facts, and not succumbing to those accusations, which I would have a tough time with. My nostrils would flare beyond the bounds of my webcam.
You have asserted that they are evidence of genocide, when the very chiefs of these tribes who you're.
Okay, so she's also using the same sort of thing of where it's like, oh, the Pope said sorry, so it must have happened. So she's like, well, the chiefs have said so. And this is evidence of genocide. The chiefs of these tribes, okay,
saying are talking about the lived experience in the area, have stated these are not mass graves. Some of these, if the bodies are found, we don't know whose graves they even are. They could be a mix of settler children as well who died of tuberculosis. And there was a pandemic going on at this time that the residential schools were at their peak.
Yeah, so there's also the she's looking at the chief of these tribes. She's looking at it, still can't be conclusive. Yeah, include much conclude specifics of who is in the graves. Whether they died from sickness. From sickness or starvation. Okay. Whoa, Placid! Though this debate was legendary, mostly because of the Serfs' low attack at the end. Oh my god, low T attack. I'm already losing my shit over here. With Lance. I can't. Can't with Lance. Okay, come on. Relax. Miro's like... Okay.
These could be various reasons, but they were not mass graves. And that is what I am calling you out on. That's what I'm calling out all these activists on that have made this claim. And dying of tuberculosis, dying of disease, well, of course, we can talk about horrific, the horrific conditions. To say that people were intentionally trying to give children tuberculosis, I think is absurd. But I'll let Connor keep going.
So, pandemic can't assert that TB was given deliberately. Bosch talks about it all the time. It's not about having better points, it's about looking better. Yeah. It's about saying all the things that you're supposed to say and ticking all the boxes. And that's what Lance is doing.
Yeah, so
I don't know who he looks good to, but he thinks he looks good.
I just want to jump ahead descriptively because at the end of the day, like this is what I guess frustrates me about this conversation. So we can describe wrongs and evils on a spectrum, and we can just acknowledge that they're evil and that they're wrong. So, for instance, Lauren and I are both parents. If our children were taken from us.
Okay, so he's just going to can you unlock, please? Unlock, I want to extend this arrow. Yes, yes. I know we don't have to extend the arrow right now, but it's pissing me off. I need my anchor. Meow. This is going on forever. Okay, let's get another orange just out of the nowhere. He just chronologically comes from here. What is he saying again?
Spectrum, and we can just acknowledge. I guess frustrates me about this conversation. So we can describe wrongs and evils on a spectrum, and we can just acknowledge that they're evil and that they're wrong. So, for instance, Lauren and I are both parents. If our children were taken from us, forcibly taught another language, wards of the state, and then by the way, like the demographics or the stats that I saw was literally like 70% tuberculosis, like 20% fire, and 10% death from exposure during an attempted escape.
Okay, as much as he's trying to go, okay, he tried to go above and say describe wrongs and evils on the spectrum and do that, but then he went, oh, by the way, I've got some facts over here. So he could have started with the facts and maybe then, because he's now participating in the thing that he said he wanted to move above. Hold on, I just need to give my cat some food and get more of this.
So if my son was kidnapped from my home, forced to learn another language, given a different name, and then tried to escape back to me.
Death stats. Okay. I think Connor trying to appeal to Lauren here. How about you use a bit more empathetic language? And I don't know if Lauren's going to do that. They'll often even condemn people for not using enough emotionally loaded language. Look at Ezra and Klein versus Sam Harris. Yeah. This move by Connor would be great, if not for the bad faith opposition. We absolutely see the emotional impact in the topic and can relate, but we differentiate this from the topic, please. Yeah, well, that's not it. We have to make sure that we get to whine and say all of the things they need to be said, and also that if we can just say how horrible everything is and blame everybody and carry on with that, then there's no solutions. As we just need to burn it all down. Excuse the use of words, but yeah.
And died in the woods. I can't think of a more horrific thing to experience, except for
see, he's playing that game. Yeah, he's playing the emotional game. He's sacrificing, giving a sacrifice to the emotional altar that they are so devoted to. It's like, look, I'm going to speak in the emotional manner. I'm going to acknowledge. He's acknowledging the emotions and using emotive language to show he's not refuting that. That's part of the facts. He's not doing that. Yeah.
My family being dragged out all at once and being executed. So on a spectrum, it's pretty much like the second worst thing that I can imagine. And I think that we can concede that while also basically trying to get into the historical detail. And by the way, like, this is...
We can concede that. Nobody was refuting it, just by the way. So saying that, we can concede that. We can concede that evil
spectrum, it's pretty much like the second worst thing that I can imagine. And I think that we can concede that while also basically trying to get into the historical detail. And by the way, like...
maybe that's what gets me about him, is that he uses their way of speaking. Maybe that's what gets me about him. I don't know. I don't know if it was your computer. Maybe it was mine. Who knows? Did everyone else get a wobbly? Okay, so now what's next? I don't know why, but this is on my nerves. I feel like because I want to get somewhere with this, because we actually haven't gotten very far. I think that's why so much has been said, so much has gone back and forth, but we actually haven't gone very far in the concept.
This isn't so much so whenever I'm trying to describe past historical wrongs or anything like that, I'm not trying to excuse it, okay? I'm trying to be descriptive about the...
Yeah, he's using his... She never says that as well. In the beginning, her first statements, Lauren... I know he's not arguing against Lauren, but Lauren has said this. And I don't care that, oh no, they didn't use the right word salad for the opponents to understand. The opponents, like, I suppose you do want to use the language that is most convincing to your opponent. But I think because of the bad faith of it all, no matter what you say, and or no matter how you say it, it's not going to work. Using all of this, it's horrible. I've done it before, where you go and you say how horrible something is, and you concede how horrible it is. They still take whatever you say after that and twist it. It doesn't matter. It's not enough. You acknowledging that is not enough. You have to have their position in order for you to you have to have their position and their feelings. You can't have just the feelings, because their position is based on feelings. So it just doesn't make sense. If you have these feelings, you should have this conclusion. But if you have feelings and facts and a conclusion, it just doesn't make a different conclusion. It just doesn't work for them. You're not sure, Nico? Was it me? Okay, you're not sure if you got a wobbly. There were several wobblies in the previous stream. It pissed me off, man. I need to try. Basically, there's a thing that uses the wiring of the apartment as a LAN cable, and maybe that will help, because I am streaming wirelessly. This is a thing. I've never done that. Could never have done that in South Africa. Okay, I'm really pissed off with this. I really am.
Historical past. And then what I would say, I'll just jump out on this limb, is that by definition, by the UN's own definition, kidnapping children and then basically trying to destroy in whole or in part a certain demographic group or whatever is the definition of genocide.
Okay, kidnapping. He's further conceding. Kidnapping of groups of people, large groups, according to, what was it, Amnesty International? Oh, UN. Let's see how it's good faith and outstretch is taken by Lance. Yeah, you see, he's done this. He's spent a lot of time using all the right keywords, but when it's like he's said, in Lance's head, it's going to be like he said, I'm not racist, but this is the equivalent that's happening. That's what that happens in his head. So no matter what he said here, no matter what Connor has said here, doesn't matter.
Question is, when did this?
Yeah, he's shielding himself so they can't possibly tarnish. However, looking at Lance's chat, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. I mean, I don't want to go into the chat, but that's what I'm saying. It just doesn't matter. All of this, it's a very performative acceptance and very performative and elaborate concession of certain points. It's sort of like a virtue signal, but not in the same way. He's trying to virtue signal here, like, oh yeah, I agree, but it's not in the same disgusting sense as we get it all online. He's trying to kill the debate brain so they can have a productive conversation. Oh, well, that's too good faith. Debate brain is based on that immediate assumption, no matter what this person says. Debate brain is, yeah. He emphasized, yeah, it's on the trying. He's just trying. It's not working. Connor Abu extends too much good faith for these two without getting anything back. Tries to speak their language and such. Fortunately, yeah. Oh, he snapped. I think I'm going to make really great friends with him then.
And whether or not this is comparable to other historical atrocities, which if on a spectrum, you can probably say, and then whether or not that justifies current vandalism and current attacks on Christian churches.
There we go. So that will go into the, well, does question is whether justifies current Okay, I've seen Connor do this in multiple debates. Too bad it almost never works for him, and either he gets angry or other people jump in. Poor guy. Yeah, I wonder what could happen. Maybe if he preempts it, because that's what Lauren did. She's like, I would like to say, okay, she didn't use the language they use and whatever, so she didn't use that, but she preempted their argument that they're going to say this about her. Before they even got to say their bit, she says, I would like to acknowledge. So she didn't concede the point, she made the point. She didn't concede it to them, she made it beforehand. It still didn't matter. They can't go, yeah, I agree. Why can't we go, yeah, I agree? Why? Because if we did, then we have to move forward in the conversation. And what do we do then? Why spoil it? Yeah.
That's kind of like the crux of it for me.
Okay, one moment. I was given a link by Lance that I've put in the chat about tuberculosis, and I will also put it in the group chat as well for everybody else. Lauren responded to Lance, so I want to give Lance some time to respond.
Okay, I'm just gonna put a what? Tuberculosis link. It's just over here in the timeline because then they're not discussing the link now. And it is 2737. Okay.
Yeah, so first off, there's studies that have come out now that say researchers say that tuberculosis at the residential schools was no accident. So again, that was one of the many things that were done to these children, including the fact that these children were experimented on by giving them.
Okay, so he's just asserting against what Lauren is. So you know what, Shane? Connor's having his own debate over there. He's like, I know what you think. I'm telling you what you think because you've said it. And this is what I think against yours. And they're just there by himself. Look at Connor's blocks. They're all by themselves. This is just a bit, look at him. He's talking to himself. And then maybe he gets a bit of a referral. And there they go on. Poor Connor, Jesus. So here we go. What Lance? Lance is pink. And sorry, I'm just gonna tag him because we're losing track of people. Okay, and you use emotive wording. Okay. Tuberculosis was not accidental. Studies show. So he's just reasserting they were experimented upon, etc. And that's going to give me a line. I'm going to just put the line from here all the way back to, did she say it here? Yeah, I think it was. It was not deliberately, so refutes. Evidence refutes with studies. I'm not going to do studies in quotes because I don't know what studies he's talking about. Okay. By the way, Lance misrepresents data all over the bit, including these two. Oh no, scam! I was giving him good faith, even though I did think it does. Hey, where's JP? JP Mexican. Also, it was cool to see you in Flaccid chat yesterday. I am doing this one. It was requested. Yeah, it was fun, hey? I love Flaccid's stream. That was hilarious. It looks like a bunch of fun. And it's fun to figure out who's going to go next. I think everyone here is is subscribed to both of those two, IJP and Flaccid. If you're not, why? They were experimented upon.
Various different degrees of sustenance, in that they were given malnutrition intentionally to see how children would react to different amounts of, say, milk and vitamins being given to them. The other thing to talk about when it comes to children and the residential schools and their...
I reassert he's acknowledging, I reassert that he thinks just by putting lots of things, it's a points game. They're okay, I said things. I said more things than you, so I win. Okay, where are we going? What did you say? Okay, this is how they...
intentionally to see how children would react to different amounts of, say, milk and vitamins being given to them. The other thing to talk about when it comes to children and the residential schools and their atrocious numbers is, again, the mortality rate was about 40 to 60% in these Indian residential schools. If they are, like we've all established, I think we all agree right now, that they were wards of the state, it doesn't matter what the cause of death was, even though the cause of death in many cases could be things like, again, physical or sexual torture, including traditional torture. There was an electrical chair in one of these schools. That being done, it doesn't matter if they died from starvation, it doesn't matter what. If you are taking children from their parents, you become responsible as their guardian for what happens to them. So all the deaths are responsible under the residential school system. And finally, my last point is going to be this. We cannot talk about this as if it's something that happened a long time ago and just a sordid part of our past. The last residential school in Canada closed in 1996, okay?
Okay, wow, is this man, wow. Okay, here we go. Okay, he's saying you can't, this is the big one for me. You can't talk about this like it's in the sordid past. The last, like this, was closed in 1996. Okay, I am wondering whether that is just a date, and it was literally the doors closed in 1996. It's the same sort of thing as like the insane asylums, like conditions were horrible, but whether there was some reform, I don't know. I want to see what goes next. Electric chair is not for torture; it's for death. This is all bullshit, by the way. I think Connor disproves it. Lance the Geshalbekick. Let's see. Has the rabbit man... Oh my god, he's not said anything funny. He just fucking pissed me off. I don't know whether I dislike Lance more than the rabbit man. There is a race going on here.
If you want some context, last time Canada won the Stanley Cup was 1993. Fucking Nirvana was still playing, you know, like that's not generations ago.
Okay, I need to interject with one stat. There's one stat that I just need to clarify.
Yeah, of course.
Okay, so Lance, you're saying that the mortality rate was 40.
I love the way Connor's just like all the time just has his hands in his eyes like, this is real life. I need to keep awake because this is real life.
To 60%. You're talking about like individual schools, right? Not like the entirety of the program, right?
So according to the Dr. Bryce report, which was the medical inspector for the Department of Indian Affairs, he said the over sum total death was around 40 to 60% mortality rate for children in Indian reservation schools.
Okay, then I want to address that.
I'm going to say reservation schools because you did say residential.
This head on, because basically the current historical estimate total for deaths is around 4,000. As we've already talked about previously in the debate, total participants are around 150,000. That puts...
Okay, so refutes 40% claim. Okay, we're going with the red. And you are... Yay! Connor gets to respond directly to someone because somebody heard what he said at some point. Okay, I just want to go back to get directly what you
The
said.
current historical estimate total for deaths is around 4,000. As we've already talked about previously in the debate, total participants are around 150,000. That puts the death rate at roughly 2.5%. So if you're talking about
Total deaths 2,000. Total participants. Did you say 40,000?
roughly around 4,000. As we've already talked about previously in the debate, total participants are around 150,000. That puts the death rate at
150,000. Death rate 2%. Bam. The number of lines is giving is the total death probability for tuberculosis. Again, if I remember correctly, so to add a pinch. Oh my god, really? I want to climb under this desk. So what is being this 40% to 60% might be true for a few schools only. That's the safeguard against what could be where he could have gotten this information from. But he knows the total because he's like, what are you trying to assert? He's like, wait, you're saying 40, it must have been. It necessarily was some collection or smaller collection of schools because the overall does not match that percentage. And I wonder, Scum, if he actually concedes that and says, no, I'm taking the 40% of the tuberculosis. If he says that, I'm going to fall out of my chair. Okay? If he actually says it, or if somebody has to tell him that. If somebody has to tell him that, then I'm happy. Okay, so just 40 to 60 for certain schools. Overall is different. Okay.
roughly 2.5%. So if you're talking about the roughly 40 to 60%, what I read was that there were some schools where there were fires. So as a result, like 70% or 60% of the student body died in that fire. I also read that there were tuberculosis outbreaks. So within that subset of a specific school, like let's say there were 30 kids, 60% of them died in a horrific way. And whenever I'm being descriptive, I'm not trying to minimize this, okay? I'm not trying to minimize
Yeah, he has to hedge with it. I'm not trying to minimize it, but guess what? They don't care. They're going to say that you are. Anyway, literally it happened in the first few sentences. Where it's just like, oh, you're denying. You're going straight to denial, Lauren. For counterpoints. Look at him coming with this reason. Get out of here with your reason. Okay, fires, TB outbreak. Includes. Also, I'm not minimizing. I'm describing. He's not doing it like I was. I would say, I'm not fucking minimizing it, you stupid assholes. He's being very nice.
But I'm just trying to clarify that 150,000 students weren't taken into a boarding school and then 40 to 60% of them died. That's just not factually accurate.
I also have one thing I want to respond to Lance here because this is really important.
Sure.
And
Would it be possible to allow Lance to respond to that first?
Oh, wow. I'm not a fan of Dylan here. That was not, no. I think just the way that it's been, I understand he wants to have one person against another, but these are, I would assume these are two instances that go against his point. So we've got one point that needs to be argued, and then we've got two people here arguing against the same point. I don't know. I would like to, I know it would be, I suppose maybe it could make more sense to go with one argument and take it to the end, and then another argument and take it to another refutation and take it to the end. But I would actually prefer that they both put their counterpoints together, and then he can refute them separately. But whatever. So great stuff. Great moderator. Can somebody please just make Amala a moderator of every debate on the internet? The Bryce report came out in the early 1900s, which collated the data from the 1800s. And like Connor said, 150,000 is the total children from the beginning till the end of the 20th century. Jesus, that's even more, like, what do you call it? More counterpoint. The report Lance is going on starts that this tuberculosis potentially could have been stopped, to which Lance will insert was intentional. Okay, cool. Still Latin in here? Yes, Patrick, we're still here. And it's getting rough. I'm actually going to start changing to water. Alcohol's not strong enough anymore. I'm going to go to the H2O. Rehydrate my brain.
Yeah, absolutely.
Sure.
So from
I'm running out of patience.
All right.
yeah, so from the
As if I had any, I'm sorry.
So from the same study counterpoints, it turns out that 90% of them suffered severe physical, emotional, or sexual abuse at the hands of the people who were guarding them.
I hate seeing his face. Does he just do this? Is this just the way he is? It's just the resolution of the thing that he's always like this? Is it? I know it's ad hominem, but seriously, we do take the level of smugness and it, especially when your argument's bad, you're just like, why you got smugness on that? What about ism? Okay, here.
As a result of that, many of them also committed suicide.
Okay, so he's like, yes, and what about ism? Of the, so he doesn't actually he doesn't go and talk about that 40 to 60%. He doesn't go back to that. He just says of that's 150,000, 90% mistreated, basically.
So at the points, it turns out that 90% of them suffered severe physical, emotional, or sexual abuse at the hands of the people who were guarding them. As a result of that, many of them also committed suicide. So it isn't simply a
Also uses the word many, just many committed suicide. Many committed suicide. Okay.
a matter of them dying in fires, a matter of them dying by tuberculosis, a matter of them dying by starvation, which of course were all accountable reasons. If 90% of the children are suffering one of those conditions, I think you'd all agree that on some, like the sum total of this was an atrocity being committed.
Sure, and
Okay.
just because that was directed at me.
Yep.
Yeah, but Lauren
So
was
fast.
next.
If
So
you've
fast.
got a quick
You see, yeah, but Lauren was next. You see, that's quite interesting about moderation. You are letting him refute refute counterpoints, but then no, you must go to Lauren next. That's not how it would be, because we are on the same point in the argument. It would make more sense to let both parties have their say first, and then the person who's got to defend their argument has to defend it on both fronts. I don't know, it just seems like it makes more sense. Because now I have to start a whole new block somewhere.
point. Yeah.
Was an atrocity being committed. Some percent of the children are suffering one of those conditions.
And also he's now asserting here, sorry, it was an atrocity being committed. Atrocity was committed. That was never refuted. He refutes the claim itself. He's refuting the specificity, is specifically certain things about the claim. He's not saying, and he said a whole fucking spiel that, listen, don't worry, I think it was bad too. But no, you're gonna just spend your whole time here just because, you know, if you say enough things, you win. Then I'd win every argument.
I think you'd all agree that on some, like the sum total of this was an atrocity being committed.
So I can't even say this is a refuse. He thinks that this is a refutation of what Counterpoint says. How do I even write this? It doesn't address the inconsistencies in his claims. Just preaches. Okay, so just I need to have my say. I need to say the things, and I did the thing. Then I said the thing. I am the winner. Said the thing. Oh God, what you guys view? I don't like so far. Flaccid. I don't like Dylan. His moderation. He looks like he's just reading chat and then just doing a bit of what chat wants, I suppose. I'm not reading the chat myself, but it looks like he's hardly paying attention really to the goings on. And then when he does pipe up, it's at the wrong time. And when he directs people, it just does it does mess up the flow. I totally agree. People said that in the beginning, and they're so right. Adam would have done a way better job. Adam would have done a better job. We recognize that atrocities happen lots. What about the atrocities, though? Exactly, Scum. I need to put that there. Like, I'm gonna put this. It's like, yeah, look at you arguing. Oh, argument. Well done, you arguing. That's not what we're talking about, though, but thanks. Adam is legitimately the best moderator on YouTube. I dream all day. And what about Sitch? Is Sitch bad? I would expect both of them are pretty good at it. He's in Lance's pockets. Why, though? Why would you? How, actually? God.
Sure, and
Okay.
just because that was directed at me?
Yep.
Yeah, but Lauren
So
was
fast.
next.
If
So
you've
fast.
got a
Okay.
quick
Yeah, go
point, yeah, go and then I'll
Yeah,
go.
so fast.
Also, I just want to put in here. Maybe I'll just put in the comment here. Dylan's moderation is the cause the disjointed defense. Okay. What the stuff at the end, I don't even want to know. Yeah, he does act like 90% committed suicide, yeah. Oh my gosh, what does he do at the end? And we're not going to get to the end tonight. We have like 45 minutes left. Very good, Lance. Let's put that on the fridge. Well done, lad. Yeah. I'm just thinking about the high pitch that I just did. Microphone, please let me do it. RNN noise, please let me do it. Let me sing high notes.
Again, whenever I'm being descriptive, I'm not trying to minimize what the fuck happened. It was fucking awful. I'm just trying to be descriptive.
That is the third time he's had to say, listen, I'm not racist, but that's how they see it.
So we are accurate. Because if I heard that 150,000 of my countrymen were, or ethnicity or whatever, were put through a system and 60% of them died, then maybe I would be Molotov cocktailing some shit, right?
Okay. That is not something that I would put down, considering your argument later. Like, how is that going to help you? You're saying that, oh, if it's severe enough, then you're justified. I hope that doesn't contradict his later argument. I don't know if anyone will point it out, but that I would wonder about that. I would ask a question about that. Sorry. So he has to do. BT dubs. Just want to be accurate. Basically, he's saying like inaccuracies is could like I would want. I'm gonna say no. I was gonna use the word Molotov because Molotov is a Molotov. A Molotov doesn't make sense anymore because of Monster Hunter World. Monster Hunter has Molotov cocktails. Because meow, because cat. And Molotov just doesn't sound right anymore. Same thing with Halloween. Meowloween is a thing. Halloween's not. 60% were so accuracy matters. I'm getting hot, but that's because of the wine. Like usually by now I've put on a sweater, right? Okay. Okay, he's clarifying the previous claim. As moderation. Sitch, wait, stop, go back, wait, no, add a groomer. It doesn't, but it's not a great point. He's trying to say that we need to be accurate so the news doesn't inspire more destruction. Exactly. Molotov cocktail is just a beer bottle filled with catnip that summons cats and swarms the enemy. Exactly. Daisy is indisposed. She's not gonna. She can neither confirm nor deny the Molotov cocktail composition. However, it's a soft approval of the destruction. It is. I really do think so. I don't like that. And it seems like his position is that it doesn't fix anything, so it shouldn't. The Molotoving things should warrant this reaction. Maybe it's his way of it's part of his what do you call it? Appealing to the emotion. Possibly appealing to the emotions by pretending, well, saying also be violent if it was bad enough. And also soft approval. Soft approval. Destruction. And again, I ask you, Miro, why would you put black text? Is Lance in the crowd of sarcastic terrorism? My bad, that's only one goes. Oh no. Has he been accused of that yet? Don't forget to smash the like button. Thank you, RJP. Smash it hard like a Mialatov against a church building. Okay. Yeah, he's part of the tactic. Sarcastic. Have they done this? Have they done it to Lauren? Okay, wait. Maybe that's something at the end. But then again, cool. Let's just keep going. I wonder how much more we will have. We will get through. We've gone through half an hour.
That's why we need to be very specific about what happened historically, and that's part of the reason why I wanted to have this discussion.
Okay. Also, Lance, people are asking for the source on what you've provided. Could you send that over to me?
Yeah,
As
of
I
course.
throw it over to Lauren.
Cool. Yeah. So this is something that really rubs me the wrong way whenever people talk about residential school programs and compare the residential schools that were opened in the 1800s to the ones that existed in the 90s and were closed down then. If we talk about, for example,
okay, so she's going to where I was wondering if that was true. So he's saying this over here. You see, look at what Dylan's moderation has done. Okay, let me take you on a trip. Country road. Yeah. The last time, I know it wasn't that long, but that we can still recall it. We're not stupid, but I don't like it. It's disjointed. There's two different debates going on. And just, yeah, the way it's happened. Yep. Refutes. 1996 in refutes conflation of schools. Well, 1996. Okay, so it's a red. Okay. Lauren got the point of the discussion. Yeah. She did. Luckily, she does. Connor is still in this bridge building stage. I understand the anger, guys. Failing to see the problem isn't understanding. It's his beliefs. Exactly. That's exactly what I'm saying. Forful earlier when I was saying, like, you can have the feelings, but they don't care. The feelings actually aren't what you. If you have the feelings, then you must have the same position. If you have the feelings without the position, your feelings are not real. Ta-da! Dylan is like that kid who asked the teacher if they can give the class homework for the weekend. Yeah, I mean, he's that much of a troublemaker. And he just looks. Water time. If you guys are lucky, this will make me burp. Let's go.
Talked about an electric chair existing and then said the last residential school that existed was shut down in 97. That school was called Cavalic Hall. School that existed talked about an electric chair existing and then said the last residential school that existed was shut.
So yeah, she's calling out conflation of all residential. Do they call them residential? Reservation schools. Including older ones. I mean, ones closed. The latest. And she does this by the what you call it, electric chair. Plus mention of 1996 equals emotional the action misleading. Okay, and then now she goes further with the evidence. Not emotive language. Isn't there evidence example? There we go.
Shut down in 97. That school was called Cavalic Hall, and it was
96.
closed in 96. It was closed in the Northwest Territories. It was not set up as a residential school. In fact,
okay, Cavalic or whatever it's called. Hall closed in 1996. Refutes. Clarify. Previous position. Correct. Glance. Previous. Assertion. Okay. Give me a red. Red. I swear half of this stream is watching me do edits. Yay. Although you guys missed me eating. RJP. Oh, it's Nihilo. Is that rich people water? It's, yeah, no, it's not. It's not the that really rich people water, but it does come in glass, so pretty. I did just drink sparkling water. Yeah, she body sim. Let's go. Let's watch this bodying. We have sparkling water in our house because my husband is trying to get off the fizzy drinks. So he wants something fizzy, but it's not the sweet drinks.
In fact, it was a whole legal battle with the Canadian government to even get it registered as a residential school, because what it actually was it was a hostel/boarding room that was set up for kids who did not have families that were near high schools because they were too rural. So
okay, so it was like a boarding school. But more boarding school. So it's like Lauren.
The Northwest Territories government said, okay, we need to create boarding in the town, and then if kids are way far out in the middle of nowhere, we can give them the option to go to high school so they have somewhere to stay. An Indigenous kid came out, stayed in this boarding area, and then later took the government to court to get reparations for residential schools, claiming that it was a residential school because he was removed from his family.
Oh, wow. Oh, wow. That's an amazing story. Holy shit face. That's interesting. I love going in blind. Okay. Wow. Okay, so kid took government to court, accusing them of it being residential school, demanding reparations. Oopsie, not that. Fuck you. Demanding reparations was taken from their family to go to school.
Home by the government for the purpose of education, and that he started speaking his language. He started forgetting some of his language while he was.
Okay, was taken from home to go to school. Stopped speaking native language. Okay.
Was going to an English-speaking school, and thus that was part of the destruction of his history. And to compare this to schools where there was abuse going on, where there was tuberculosis outbreaks, and where people were being forcibly removed from their homes, and comparing that to schools where it's like, hey, you know, kids that are in rural areas can't have a high school education, let's create a hospital for them.
One moment.
Like,
Wait.
that's absurd.
Sorry. Who? Why are you interrupting? Why is the moderator interrupting? That's Dylan interrupting, right? Wow. Hold on.
And comparing that to schools where it's like, hey, you know, kids that are in rural areas can't have a high school education, let's create a hospital for them.
One moment. What are you doing? I'm not enjoying that. What is the justification for this? Because actually I just want to put a little bubble here, because that's egregious. I want a cloud. I mean a cloud. And sorry, just one moment. No. I do not enjoy this. Dylan, just one moment. Just one moment. Excuse me. Just one moment, though. Interrupt? The fuck? I guess this is what you guys were talking about, but still. Lauren has talked too much. So says the moderator, yeah. Like it's open conversation. You spoke about it in the beginning, that it's open conversation. There's no time limit. In the beginning, you could say, okay, your time's up, but I'm not seeing it here. You ain't forgetting your language in high school. This is an amazing point by her. And Lance kept it in his re-upload. That's good. Lauren has talked too much. Yep. Oh, volume issues? Oh, okay, cool.
Wait.
That's absurd. You can read the case.
Can you give me a moment? Can you give me a moment?
Watching this to read the case.
Stream seems to have crashed, which is not great. Can you guys still hear me?
I don't know if I'm believing that.
I can. It looks like it's still. Oh, is it going on mine?
Crash
Yeah, it's
for
still
a
going on
moment.
mine.
Huh.
Convenient crash is convenient.
Very annoying. Okay. Well, I guess we can continue if everybody else is still streaming it then. We'll let it keep going. Lance, you can respond to that, of course.
Yeah, I guess my first response would be that if your assertion is that nothing bad happened at that school and then therefore it doesn't matter.
Okay, you know what? Fine. You know what I'm thinking now, okay? No, Dylan says he's using a chess timer. Yeah. Because of the other side is making too many good points. Could this be performative technical difficulty from the moderator? I like that, Nico. I'm putting that in there. Performative technical difficulty. Bitch, motherfucker. There we go. Lance can respond. Forgot about this crash. Classic Lance framing. It's just, yeah, framing. Just I don't even know what kind of wording we could use for what he's doing here. It's not reframing. Lance, complete misinterpretation. Sorry, I just found like a tag on my top and it irritated me. Laundry tag. Okay, sorry, such disingenuous bullshit. What the fuck? Okay, Miro, wake up. You're built for this. So he's like, so if you want to like, if you want to, I'm going to use his sort of framing. Lauren was talking when he interrupted. And he's like, no, stream's not working. Okay, well.
Lance, you can respond to that, of course.
Yeah.
Well, that's very annoying. Okay, well, I guess we can continue if everybody else is still streaming it then. We'll let it keep going. Lance, you can respond to that, of course.
Yeah, I guess my first response would be that if your assertion is that nothing bad happened at that school and then therefore it doesn't matter, my
how does Lauren not just go, ugh? It doesn't matter. Well, what she's saying is that it's not the same thing. You're acting as if it's the exact same thing as what happened in the 1800s. Dylan admits that he poorly moderated this debate. Well, that's very nice.
Statement as to which the last residential school closed in 1996, I think you're just resorting to pedantry. That doesn't change the fact that it was still considered a residential school. And I would also like you to provide evidence that nothing bad ever happened in that institution.
Okay. No, you provided to me, son, because you brought it up. You little shit. I can't believe it. Okay, he's saying no, it's pedantry. What did he even, I can't.
96, I think you're just resorting to pedantry. That doesn't change the fact that it was still considered a residential school.
It was still considered a residential school. Since when was considering it a residential school the contention? No matter what you're calling it, it's the actions that happened. So first of all, you shouldn't be referring to whether it was a residential school or not. That was not her claim. Well, actually, it kind of is. You can say, okay, even if you don't, what I would have said is even if you don't call it a residential school, things happened at this. Bad things happened. And he's saying, I would like you to give me again. He says, you give me the evidence that something bad didn't happen there.
And I would also like you to provide evidence that nothing.
Fucking bitch. What a bitch. You to provide that nothing bad ever happened at that school. Wow. I'm impressed. Her rebuttal to this is amazing. Oh, I can't wait. He's being absurdly reductionist to accuse her of pedantry. I have to catch some sleepies. Have a good one, y'all. Hey, I'm almost going to bed too. We have about 20 minutes left, guys. Let's make it a good one. Come on, Lauren. You can do it for us. Good night, scum. Thanks for coming. Prove a negative, Lance. Yeah.
Bad ever happened in that institution. Regardless of that fact, it doesn't change the.
Oh, yeah, sorry. Let me just say institution. Institution. Look at you, word salad boy. Word salad Lance.
the overarching problem that these residential schools are not a sorted part of our past. We're going to eventually have to evolve into the child and foster care system, because that was an evolution of the residential schools. And also talk about the fact that within the criminal justice system of Canada, almost 40% of all the Indigenous inmates are survivors of the residential school system. So
Okay, so again, here are more of the facts. Here are more of the things. Here, look at the points. They're not logical points. They're not actually refuting anything. It's just, here's some points. And if I make the points, then I get the points and then I win. And if I say the words that are big enough, then I'll win. And then Lauren just goes, here's a couple words, and they completely shit all over yours. And she wins. I wonder if, like, when you're doing this as that person, like, whether you say these things and you're aware of them and you go, shit. Ooh. Ah, fuck. No? No, you just have this blissful lack of awareness. Okay, sorry. Nothing of that happened in the institution. Then it goes, no. Then jumps to, by BTW, tangential. Also, oh, come on, just give me text, you fuck. Also, exit, escape, I don't want that line, fuck off. Also, what did he likes his percentages.
Also talk about the fact that within the criminal justice system of Canada, almost 40% of all the Indigenous inmates are survivors of the residential.
So almost 40% of inmates are survivors of residential schools. Okay. Right. What else was it? There was something else, wasn't there? Something else stupid and
schools. Nothing bad ever happened in that institution. Regardless of that fact, it doesn't change the overarching problem that these residential schools are not a sorted part of our past.
They're not a sorted part of our past. These schools are not a sorted part of our past. Yes, that's what the AI told him to say. He says he parrots the same words. Weird.
Eventually have to evolve into the child and foster care system, because that.
Okay, and then he also goes, also there's the child and foster system. And that's also a problem. Here my grievances raw.
Was an evolution of the residential schools. And also talk about the fact that within the criminal justice system of Canada, almost 40% of all the Indigenous inmates are survivors of the residential school system. So the trauma that occurred in the residential schools did not simply end once the schools themselves closed. They would then continue as the individuals would work into society. And I guess that's where I would leave that one.
Sorry, what? He thinks he's finished.
Almost 40% of all the Indigenous inmates are
Sorry, I have to redo
survivors
it
of the
because it's
residential
salad.
school
I need
system.
to sift the
So
salad.
the trauma that occurred in the residential schools did not simply end once the schools themselves closed. They would then continue as.
Okay, so it doesn't even matter. You asserted that the last school closed in 1996, but that doesn't even matter. Of the schools continued long after they were closed.
The individuals would work into society. And I guess that's where I would leave that one. If I know Tail hasn't talked very much, if he wants to inject.
Please don't let Tail talk.
Oh, okay. I mean, any
Got a response to that.
Yeah.
Anybody's free to grab it if.
Okay, because
yeah, go ahead.
stating "prove to me that nothing bad ever happened in that school" is one of the dumbest statements I have ever heard. Something
Ah! Oh, I love it. Okay, here we go. Sorry, I wanna one of the dumbest. Okay, look, it's not advisable, but when it comes to somebody who's just saying their things, they're not having a discussion with you. They're just saying, here's my notes, and I'm reading my notes, and it doesn't actually matter what the fuck you say to me. I guess you just like, gloves off, let's go. You fucking stupid. Attacks approach. Attacks refutation. That's a word. Wow. Lance's face. Let me see. I need to make it bigger quick. Hold. I need to change the quality to 720.
bad happens in every school, whether it is stating, prove to me that nothing bad ever happened in that school, is one of the dumbest statements I have ever heard.
Well, his face seems the same. His face is like that the whole time, to me. That's what I've seen him as. His eyes are like this all the time, and it's just weird. Like, resting shocked face? I don't know. Oh, does he go to insult? Okay, let's go, Fufu. Get a new moderator. What happened? Lauren is my spirit animal. Lance is cold, you're pedantic, who uses technicalities. I'm going to store you'll want something. Get a new moderator. Oh my god, that's hilarious. Using qualifying criteria is superficial. All that matters is that it was a residential school by name. So there, also a negative. Also prove a negative. Yeah, that's exactly it. Lance calls you pedantic and uses technicalities to make his case even serviceable. No. Lauren is my spirit animal. Tackling social factors leads to crime, or are we? No, we don't. I too list random unrelated facts to win an argument. All of this. What aboutism, by the way? Oh god, low talking points. Oh god. This literally was Lance does in every debate. He will say something, then when it's disproven, just gallop to something else. Yeah, Lance's face. I know it's great. Lance always looks like he just surprised himself with his own. Yes, that's exactly what he looks like. It is. It is for sure. That's exactly what it's like. It does look like that guy. Come on. That processing, like, now that you framed it that way, I can't unsee it. Ooh, You know what? It's not even surprising with the noise. It's surprising with the smell. He's surprised that it smells so bad. He's like, Jesus, what the fuck did I eat? That's what his face says. Doesn't prove his argument's bad. It's just funny, okay? I know it's not logic. It's not argument. It's not debate. It's just I've run experiments randomly on clicking his videos. AJW thumbnails of Lance are the best. Wow, I really said that. He does always look surprised. Wow, I really said that. That's exactly it. Something awful. It's like he smells how stupid he. That's really good. Oh god, that's great. I'm not kidding. Right now, I'll go randomly pull up a Lance video and just randomly click on the time in his face. I will place bets. We'll do it at the end of the. We need to find. I want to go with Lauren's. Oh, I don't know. I want to go to his insult here, and then we'll be done. And maybe then we'll just do this quick thing. I can't wait till Rabbit returns. Andrew, how dare you wish this evil upon me? Don't you put that on me. Don't you put that evil on me. Rabbit was part of the he irritated me immensely on that side of the debate, okay? Let Lance just take over. Lance, the word salad Lance can just stay here. Take a stand. Oh, well done. Thanks for being around, Stream Elements, you mother. I did actually walk, so. Oh, by the way, I've got bone spurs in my hip. What did you miss? A description of Lance. He always looks like he's surprised by his own fart. That's exactly it. I think that's the one. That is the image that when I was looking to create the thumbnail, I wasn't going to just put the Surf Times. I was going to put Lance's face, but then I didn't know who speaks the most, so I put the Serfs instead. And when you search Lance from the Serfs, that face that comes up, like he's like, "Woo, shit." Yeah. They were fresh out. Oh well, yeah. Sitch and Adam are both sold out. So is Amala.
Something bad happens in every school, whether
Yes. I'm still laughing at that. Okay. Where are we? It's because every time I look at the screen, I'm over the joke. It's cool. It's funny. Lol, 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 fart. And then I look at his face, and then I see it all over again. Okay. That is the dumbest statement. Sorry, I want to see how she says it. I wish I was sold out. Don't sell out. You don't be a sellout, Keva. Bone spurs can be dangerous. What do you like, mid-20s? How do you have bone spurs? Calcium issues? Okay, wait. I am 31, and I had an injury. I broke my hip, well, my femoral head. I was thrown from a horse. And anyway, that was in 2016. So that was many years ago. And I had a rod put into my femur and pins put sideways. And it seems like I have grown bone spurs within a bony spur, as the doctor called it, in my joint that kind of hooks my joint, scrapes the joint. And I'm gonna go in 10 days. I'm gonna go to the doctor and see what's up. Show him my X-ray. Go to the orthopedic surgeon. So yeah, just health update. I got trampled by a horse as a kid. Jesus, more tousled. Got lucky. Your head didn't come out, right? They couldn't get it. Grandpa had a horse farm. Oh, so lucky. Yeah, I landed like this. So my hip went, oh, okay. And yeah, I'm glad I didn't break my neck. Thank you. Yes, I was very lucky. And it's uncomfortable, and I'm always complaining about it. My husband's like, just go to the fucking doctor, please. And I finally did. And it's kind of vindicating, because I was like, oh, maybe it's just because I haven't strengthened my muscles properly, because all of the rehab that I did, I fell out of, and my rehab was fine. But then obviously when I stopped doing all my rehab, this bone thing grew. And now when I exercise, it literally hurts. I can't do leg raises. And that was one of the exercises that I was supposed to do to create stability. Anyway, point is, I love horses anyway. Ranch farm work is annoying. Those teeth. Hey, leave my teeth alone. I'm kidding. I know what you mean. Yeah, I still love horses. I love them. It's a problem. I'm glad we switched to cars for real. It's true. They are dangerous, but we have control over them most of the time. Wow, I've never broken a bone in my life, but I was sick with strep throat for 6 years straight as a kid. Jesus, that is traumatic. Your whole development was actually was affected by that, for sure. That was your existence for 6 years as a kid. Jeez, that is a long period of your life when you've only been alive a few years. Sure. Don't trust horses or zebras. Swimming is low resistance. Yes, I love swimming. And I live in Dubai, so I can always go swimming. That'd be good. Anyway, we had a great palate cleanser talking about my bone spurs because stream elements reminded me to move. Because the reason I also brought up the bone spurs is that, with the hip, it's always blood circulation is involved. Sometimes I get pins and needles because of all the sort of clickety clackety that's going on in there. I don't know what goes on with my blood supply. I broke someone's nose with my head once. That's the closest I've been to breaking something. Article in the news today about a zebra. It ripped a man's arm right off. You know what? I don't even need that to be true, like to see the result, to see that, to believe it. I know, like, listen, their teeth are worse than horses' teeth. They are wild motherfuckers. And they bite lions. They hurt lions. They injure lions. They are ready for that. So I wouldn't mess with them. But then also I like horses and I still want to ride horses. And the only thing I would say is don't keep trying to ride the same horse if the horse just keeps throwing you off, which is what it was doing. And I was like, no, it's fine. I'll just keep getting back on. It's fine. It's like this thing was ready. She was trying. She knocked me off about 3 or 4 times before I broke my leg. Stupid. I ate most of my teeth. Oh, oops. I've been bitten every horse. Just thinking of you just going to hi, Bessie. Just bitten because you're just in front of this horse. Man, I got pins and needles in my arm yesterday for no reason. It sucks. Oh, let's take vitamin B. It might be it. It's your nerves. But you might have just had a dead arm or something. You had it in a weird position. Okay. We have like 5 minutes. I want to get through Lawrence. I'm sorry we went into everybody's. It lasted about a week. What lasted about a week? I've broken 3 of my limbs. Jesus, Nico. Okay, hold on. Okay, Gordon will open for himself. And whole body. I broke someone's nose, blah, blah. I swear it's true. I've been bitten by 4 horses across 30 years have bitten me starting at age 10. Patrick's going to release a book about these horses. My grandpa had a horse that would stick its tongue out when asked, and you could bat it around like a sandbag. Oh my God. They're weird. They're weird creatures. The male ones are better than the females. They are less bitchy. Not at the same time. I know, Nico. Doesn't matter whether you had them 4 or 5 years in between. Breaking that many, it's not fun. Just above that, sorry. Man, I got pins and needles. I swear it's true. Yeah. What plastic? I'm reading that there. Equestrial. I got chocolate. Woo! Thank you. The horse and I starts with yep. Andrew? I'm not seeing it. Okay, well, you'll tell me on Discord. Ah! War of the Horses. Patrick Pat's horses.
The fanciest, nicest, wealthiest, whitest school on the planet. Bad things happen at every school. The argument there is that schools in the 1800s deliberately removing kids from their parents, taking them in, there being abuse, mass disease, horrible conditions, is different from a school that is set up, or a housing area that is set up voluntarily for kids to go and stay there so that they can be somewhere with a high school in the area. Like, you have to acknowledge that there is a difference between a lot of the schools in the 70s, 80s, and 90s that, when people talk about the residential school system still existing, were voluntary. They weren't being removed from their homes. They're called residential schools because they were still technically under colonial education, so they were not being taught their languages, they were not being taught their culture. And we can talk about how that could be a problem, but to compare that to the residential schools where children were being ripped away from their families is just not even on the same level, and I find that extremely disingenuous.
Sure. So if that's the dumbest...
Okay. I'm gonna put it here. 36:19. Because we're gonna finish now. But I will listen to what the fuck Lance is gonna do now.
Thing you've ever heard in your life. You've lived a more privileged life than I thought possible. And I'm just going to say this, the burden of proof would then be upon you. If you're going to assert that this school doesn't really constitute a residential school because at the end of the day, nothing bad happened here related to the same systems in place from the other residential schools in Canada, then again, please demonstrate that with some kind of factual evidence.
I mean, okay, so the Canadian government argued that it wasn't a residential school, but, and I'm telling you, sure, it is registered as a residential school, but the reason is this individual who wanted to get compensation was able to make the argument, I was removed from my family to go to an education system which did not uphold my language. And the removal from the family was voluntary. His claim that it was his only option, and he claims that he was told he should go there, even though he only has a signed affidavit and no proof of that. People can go read the case themselves. So like, I'm just saying, if you want to say that's what residential schools were and say that's the same as all the past ones, then I'm actually not feeling that bad for the past ones. But of course they're not the same.
Okay. So yeah, now there's an actual more discernible argument between what constitutes what. Yes, it's more of a logical argument than I've seen from Lance. Well, required by Lance, but not made by Lance. You are quite privileged to not have heard Lance talk. Exactly. It's like, okay, I guess that was burn, right? Anyway. Oh god, why is my webcam? Come, outro webcam. Pick it up. I don't know what happened to my webcam. It's so weird. Come back. Oh, wait, you gotta turn this one off for it to work. Just hold up. I'm so smart. I think she takes like half an hour to say goodbye to people. If she can find her webcam, turn off. It's supposed to work now. I'm upset. I want this to work. Sorry, you guys are gonna have to wait. It's because it's not the individual thing. Come on. Our counters didn't really go that far as I thought, guys. Ta-da! Work, bitch, work! Aww. It's not working. Oh! There we go. Move. I moved you. No, not you. There we go. Anyway. I am so smart, Andrew. At least the audio. Yes, exactly. I fixed that part, but I didn't. I forgot the part about the webcam. At least you could hear me. That is the most important thing. You could hear me getting pissed off with myself. Lauren rejoined by underlining that descriptive discrepancy. My anniversary is over. It is. It's 4 minutes over. And I finished my chocolate, so that was the end of the anniversary. I'm going to go and see if my husband is still awake. I think he is. I can hear the TV. Anyway, guys. Rabbits hasn't talked much. Well, he spoke enough in the beginning to piss me off. So I'm very happy with his silence currently. I'm sure he's going to piss me off further. Oh shit, are they going to be on? How do you even raid? Do you have to like be a partner or something to raid? A rabbit supercut. Yeah. Go, Andrew. You do it. I don't have the... How does one? Let me go to the studio thing. Hold up. You know, Sitch and Adam need the support. They need the raid. Thor chant. How do you do it? What are SNA? I don't know what they're doing today. What do we do? Share. Add a there's stream markers. I didn't even realize that there's stream markers there. That's interesting. I'll do that. Choose at 4:30. Don't worry, Rabbit starts cooking later in the debate. Oh shit, I spoke about horses and then I went and made that noise. I don't know how to go and move my viewers, so I guess we'll just all go there. Have they started? What did it say? What did you say about the time? 4:30? Oh. Go on every Tuesday at 4. So we're not ready yet. Oh well. I was hoping I could go and just say hi, but I probably will be asleep by then because I'm that tired. This was tiring, but it was a worthy pursuit. They start late anyways. Yeah, exactly. They literally have an emote for that. Yeah. Well, just send them my love. You guys are going to be there anyway, so it's not like, oh, let us bring the kitties. But I guess it would just be because it could say that we're there. La 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 la. Yeah. I was late today. Yeehaw. But you guys were having a good time. It's fine. Okay. You know what? Okay, just as a final thought on where we are at this with this part 1. I'm not satisfied with it. Okay, I'm satisfied with the amount of frustration that has been generated. Well done. It has delivered the way you said it would. But I am also annoyed at how we've gone through so very little. The few arguments that have been made. So I'm going to by Thursday, I'll have that summary thing of the left-hand side of the positions that everybody is kind of espousing in the arguments. Yes, they did do that in the beginning when they did their first statements, but I just want to just show a little bit of it. We've broken up the conversation, but I want to summarize the 2 or 3 points that have only been gone through in 30 minutes. It's just not lots. Yeah, I need more subscribers for Super Chat. Get bigger. Oh, that's what she said. I don't send love to anyone. I'm not about to start now. Ooh, so edgy. I would say research it for next Tuesday. It would say it. What? Oh, to check. Yeah, I probably can't do it for Super Chats. Whatever. You can go and give me a tip on Stream Elements. Not that Stream Elements give a shit. Anyway, so yeah, thank you to everybody who suggested this debate. I'm very happy that we went and took it on. And 2 or 3. Let's go. Yes, and thanks for hanging out with me. It's been great. Edges for people that lack points. See what I did there? I get you. I see what you did there. Very well done. You guys are hilarious. Stay away from horses, Patrick. Be and Sitch and Adam agnostic. Don't choose between them. Love them both. And I'll see you guys on Thursday for more of this bullshit. Okay, thanks. Bye.